Hey, everybody. Thank you. I'm just starting this a little bit early because we're making sure everybody's on board here. We've got lots of moderators that are coming in. We've got other folks that are going to be on the panel. So there we go. Awesome. Let's just change this a little bit here.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how are you, honey?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited. We're just waiting on a couple more people. And if you guys want to, you can put some questions at the end. But just before, let's try to leave our questions for the end. I think that would be good, and just kind of let Sasha say what they want to say. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Okay. Hello, hello. Awesome. Howdy. I like that. Let's see who else we got.
Are you guys ready to meet Sasha Baros?
I'm just trying to see. Where are you, Troy? I gotta find you. Yeah. Just bear with me a minute. I'm gonna make Mr. Troy a co-host here. Let's see. There we go. That's weird. It's saying you're not on our live, Troy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's really strange. Like, it won't let me. Okay, so you know what? Can you leave and come back in real quick?
Yep.
Okay. And then I'll add you as a co-host. I think that'll fix it. Sorry, we're just working out all the kinks, you guys. Bear with us. I promise you we're going to get started really, really soon. Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, you're back in. So bear with me. I'm going to add you as a co-host. There we are. Okay. Okay, let's do a little bit more of a grid. I think that'll be good. Accept. Okay. Co-host. It still won't let me add you, so I'm just going to add you regardless. Okay. Accept. Here you are. All right.
Hello,
Awesome. Sorry about that,
everyone.
guys. I usually do lives by myself, so I'm learning as we go too. And I think we're just waiting on James, right?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously Sasha will introduce very shortly. We just have to have a little chat about disclaimers and how we can really do our best to keep this live alive on here. So, see here. And here we are. I think Mr. Tapley will be here shortly. Okay.
Hi there. How's it
Hello,
going,
hello.
Jesse?
Hello.
Hi there. Nice to see you, Troy. I'll turn on my camera in just a minute or two once I get positioned. Sorry, I'm a little bit late.
Oh, that's okay. We're all just sort of going with it right now. Super casual. No worries.
Perfect. Did you already do all of your kind of like modding announcement and pressure everybody into doing the right thing here? And please share out this live right now.
Yes,
this is
please
a
share.
huge deal. Savage Siren has the most exclusive interview in Epstein land. Are you kidding? With the Sasha Riley here today. We've been talking about them for months. This is a case that I know this community has cared deeply about. So it is very important that we get as many eyeballs and ear holes on this as possible. So please share, please tap like your life depended on it for the duration of this live. When I did this a little over a month ago, you got me up to 1 million. So you could at least do half of that. All right. And this is a much bigger deal. All right. So please, we are going to hold, of course, just for a few minutes. That way we can continue to build out the room. And please, let's see what we've got. Look, we've got one little introductory gift goal up here. We got it. What is that? A hand heart? Somebody please meet that goal right now, because you know that makes us relevant in the algorithm, okay?
And speaking of which, we are going to have to be careful about the language we use up in here, because TikTok is not kind to when we use not soft language, things like grape and unaliving and things like that. It's really super important that we don't spam comments, we don't use language that could get us shut down, because all we really want is to make sure that Sasha's voice gets out there. And that being said, this is a safe space, and we take that incredibly seriously. So hate, harassment, victim blaming, disparaging comments will immediately be blocked. No questions asked, non-negotiable. So if you're going to come in here and say negative things, bye.
Yeah, no
right?
funny business. And many
No
of
funny
you know
business.
and many of you around these streets definitely know Viper Vicky, who is down in the chat, and she will absolutely come for you if you say one foul word in this live tonight, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And also, too, please be sensitive, audience. I do believe that this is Sasha's first time ever being on a TikTok live, so there might be some instances in which they don't know exactly how to say all of the TikTok language, so I'll do my best to correct that. And then welcome to the panel Danielle, who many of you until very recently knew as Olive the Roddy. We've got Danielle up here tonight because she's going to be our fail-safe. We know that TikTok, although we love the TikTok shop, we know that it's been very, very, very strict around these parts lately. So in the event that this live goes down, please go ahead and preemptively follow Danielle right now. Follow all of us, of course, but especially follow Danielle because she's on a Canadian server. So we'll move things over there if this live gets taken down, okay?
Yep.
And
yeah,
thank you for being here.
What happened with the doorman is the reason why we pulled all this together at the very last minute, because the doorman gave a lot of notice for interviewing Sasha live, and some things happened that are not my business to share. But there was, just some concern there for them, so they decided to back out. And listen, you got to do what you have to do for yourself. But that's why this has all been thrown together so last minute. And the most important thing is that we're here for Sasha and to get their voice out. And honestly, let them come for me. Like, really, like, I don't care. Go ahead. Do your worst. Really.
They have already tried. They've been trying for a while now.
Yeah, exactly. So, One more thing before we get started. James, I think we have everybody in here now. Do I need to invite anyone else, or are we good for the moment?
I think we're pretty good. If we do, we have Sasha in queue already.
I don't have Sasha in queue yet,
Okay.
so I was just going to
Okay.
go over the little bit of trigger warning, disclaimer kind of situation. Obviously, there's potentially going to be accounts of trafficking, exploitation, abuse, and definitely betrayal. Whether Sasha decides to talk about that part of their story is their choice. Okay, so they may talk about it, they may not. We are going to probably discuss a little bit about what happened with Lisa, the person who originally presented Sasha, and more importantly, we're going to find out what Sasha needs from us as their support system, as their followers and people that care about what happens to them. We need to make sure that we know what they want. Because they're just trying to survive out here and trying to get their story out. And the most important thing for us to do is to give them that space to do so. So we're going to have at the end some hotlines for anybody that is struggling with anything like this. But if you are a survivor, I would just like to say proceed with caution. Proceed with caution and take care of yourselves, especially in a space like this, because it can get overwhelming. Okay?
Right, that's what this is all about.
Yeah.
And on that note, too, let's also just do a quick little legal disclaimer, okay? So, in terms of this live tonight, the statements, the claims, the opinions expressed during this live stream are provided for informational and entertainment purposes only. Any and all references to individuals, entities, organizations, events, or conduct are based solely on allegations, okay, and publicly available information. Nothing that is stated during the stream should be construed as an assertion of fact, a finding of liability, or a determination of guilt or wrongdoing on the part of any person or any entity mentioned herein. The mention of any person, of any company or organization does not necessarily imply or suggest that such person, company, or organization has engaged in any unlawful, unethical, or improper conduct. Any characterizations of events or actions are alleged in nature and remain subject to further investigation, verification, and adjudication. All right. So with that said, Danielle, are you good? Thank you for for being a backstop for us tonight. Oh, she might not have easy access to her mic. Thank you for being here, Danielle. You're serving your function.
Yes, thank
That's
you
really
very
it.
much.
Danielle.
Yes.
We love a backup plan.
It completely froze for me. I didn't hear a word you guys said. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. We just did legal disclaimers, and we're letting the audience know that the second this live goes down, if it goes live, we're all moving over to Danielle's house. All right?
You got it. I will be
All right.
here.
Okay, well, we got a good opportunity of plenty of people to follow you. Take these next 30 seconds to follow Danielle before we kick her from the panel. And yes. And then also, too, I would just like to, if I may, I'm pretty new to Savage Siren up here and to the Fallout. They do have names. Host is actually named Jesse. She has built her platform up for literally every person who has ever been told to shut up. This tonight is her wheelhouse. She built this for everybody who's been pressured to be quiet or to survive in silence. She is a deep advocate for people like myself, maybe like some other people on this panel, and certainly Sasha, right? People who have experienced extreme childhood or adult and Sasha's in really good hands tonight. Another important thing that you should know about Jessie is, and we'll direct you over to her stuff, do the call to action stuff later in the live, but you really, really need to check out her website, her writings, and nobody provides a space better than she does in terms of survival, not being shameful. This is a sacred space. And so special welcome to you tonight, Jessie, founder of Savage Siren.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also want to introduce Troy, this fine gentleman over here.
Hello, everyone.
Funny story real quick, because I know we're still waiting on Sasha. I think that they will appear shortly. I don't know if somebody wants to go on pause and just touch base with them really fast. But
I did send them, I sent them a text with a link to the lives.
Great, because I think some people are going to Sasha's TikTok thinking that it's being held there.
There
So
there they are.
Sasha needs the request again.
Yeah,
Okay.
Vicky or somebody send them an invite. And then Danielle, we're going to kick you now, okay?
Yeah, just let me know if I need
Right.
to go live and I'll be right there to go.
You got it. Thanks, Danielle. We appreciate
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys,
Okay.
for doing this.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you so much, really. Anyway,
Goodbye.
my friend Troy over here, has been doing deep dives into an entire network of basically people that were specifically being either paid or told to threaten survivors. So he has an incredible display of Substack articles that literally tell you everything from start to finish, all the players. One of those players happens to be Lisa Voldang. And I did my own Substack about that. But now that I think we have Sasha up soon, right? Okay. But I just wanted you guys to know that this was a collaborative effort, both me and Troy. And funny quick story, we actually were fighting in the very beginning when we first met each other. We went at each other and then I was like, no, man, we're good. And he's like, yeah, what are we doing? We're just anxious. Okay. So that happens sometimes. Actually, some of my best friends I fight with when I first meet them. But now let's get up Sasha here. Let's see.
Fantastic. And while we're waiting for Sasha, just in case you're coming here for the first time and hearing Sasha's story, right? Know that Sasha's story has been called one of the most explosive survivor testimonies to hit the internet in 2026. Their legal name is William Sasha Riley, but they go by their birth name, Baros, I believe. Yes?
Yes.
Sasha is a decorated Iraq war veteran, and in January of this year, there was a 6-part audio recording that was put out on Substack, and it went very viral across every major platform like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, etc. In those recordings, Sasha claimed that a man named William Kyle Riley adopted them in 1978 and trafficked them as a child. And alleged that their adopted father was a pilot involved in transporting both victims and high-profile abusers. The tapes described a childhood of being trafficked and abused between, I believe, the ages of 9 and 13. And even abuses younger than that, is my understanding. But point is, Sasha recalls several current U.S. politicians either allegedly participating in or being present at different trafficking events. They provide very specific names, locations, and facilities, and have even indicated were different trails that many of us investigators have actually, I mean, it's true. We've corroborated a lot of the threads in Sasha's testimony. Point is, the allegations involve some of the most powerful names in America. And Sasha is now here tonight, ready to continue their testimony. And it's very important for them to remind the world of their story and stories similar to theirs. So with the utmost respect, we are so very pleased to welcome Sasha to the panel.
Okay, where did you go? I keep sending an invite, but it's not... He's not coming there. I'm trying to send this invite, but it's giving me trouble here. Oh, there they are. Invitation sent.
I went ahead and sent one as well.
Okay. Okay. Bear with us. They're kind of learning how this works too. They've never done a live TikTok before, so just be patient.
And I almost wonder, are we sure there's no issue with Sasha? Are we sure they have multi-guest access? Since it's a new account?
They have 1.3 thousand followers.
Oh, then that should be more than enough.
So it should be more than enough. I mean, I'm okay to get out and come back in if I have to, but
Stay accepted. Hey, Sasha, are you able to hit, do you see the little picture with two like little heads at the bottom, like the bottom of your screen? There's a microphone, a camera, and then where it should say request. Oh, also, are you on a computer, Sasha?
Sasha's actually on their phone.
Okay. I was going to say, you can't get up on your computer. Here.
This is so weird. I keep hitting invite and then it.
Oh no. So someone's saying they only have 5 followers. The 1.3 is what they are following. So does that mean Sasha only has 5 followers?
I don't think so because they posted earlier to get enough followers to make sure everything was good. Hold on
Everyone
one
in the chat
second.
right now, go ahead and follow Sasha.
No, yeah, Sasha definitely has 1,292 followers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Oh, I hate technology sometimes.
Let me join.
No, they're not in the. They haven't requested. Okay, I'm gonna try this invite again. Oh my God, did that work? No.
Sorry, guys. Like we said, after the podcast with the doorman went south, we did do everything that we could to pull this together for today so that you did still have that interview with them. So just please bear with us for a moment while we get Sasha.
You might have to go on a practice live. It says I don't have live access.
Okay. Well, you know what then? How about I jump down for a minute? I can call Sasha and I'll give them credentials to one of my accounts.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Okay.
Sorry about that, you guys. We thought that was handled.
I will wait. He doesn't need it. Alchemist said. What does that mean?
I thought you could join a live no matter what, but.
Also, I would like to add that Sasha does use they, them, their pronouns.
Yes.
So I would like everyone to respect that throughout.
I'm going to hop down. I'm going to call Sasha. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. No worries. That's fine. I will say I can talk a little bit about Lisa and what I found. I think that's a good thing to have a little background. Unfortunately, there's like a 15-year gap between what she used to do and how she came out very recently. And I find that a little weird. There's a big 15-year gap where you can't find any information about her. And I have to say, last night I listened to the tapes again. I went over them again because I just wanted to make sure I was prepared and I knew everything. And I just want to say that I think a lot of people have come to me lately that have said like the way that the interview went and the way that she was talking wasn't the best. And so that's the red flag that I was like, what's going on here? And why both myself and Troy have written substantial articles with receipts and evidence of all this kind of shady behavior that we're not understanding. And unfortunately, Lisa doesn't want to give an explanation for. She's also refused to ever show her face on camera or confirm that she's a real person. So that's a little bit concerning too. So that's kind of what Troy and I, and also a good friend of ours, Anne, we've all been working on these people. We've been investigating these people that are trying to put a wrench in getting these survivors' voices out in front of the public. And unfortunately, there's always going to be bad actors in situations like this. That's just the nature of the beast. And with this particular situation, it's so huge that there's going to be a lot of them. So that's kind of what Troy and I have been working on. Also, Anne Sheaver, Case Watcher on TikTok. She does Lady Victoria Hervey, which we all know that woman is, it's live. So, yes, Sasha deserves to tell their story. Sasha really deserves to tell their story. And that's kind of why we're here. Yeah, that's why we're here. Hold on one second.
So, and then in terms of how I fell into this situation was that I knew Tonks, George B. Tonks, for 20 years. I used to work at a nightclub in New York City, and he was a regular. I was also friends with the DJ who was his best friend. So that was a huge red flag for me, having heard the claims that they had, that he was making, and it all just started from there. Everything is on my Substack. There are currently 19 parts to what I call the machine. Go ahead and read it, because it all goes from Maxwell's prison cell all the way down to the viewers here watching.
Yeah, his dive is deeper than most. It's really, really deep. But it's such important information. It really is. I can. Let me just do that. Okay. I just made everything good for you, Miss Vicky. Yes, my name is the same across all my social media platforms, as well as Troy. Mine is Savage Siren. Sometimes it's the Savage Siren because it was taken, but it's Savage Siren. You'll see a little mermaid tail and a flame. That's my logo. Troy has the fallout with TBS, and we're also teaming up. I don't want to get too much in the weeds with that right now, but we're teaming up to try to kind of conglomerate an independent media conglomeration with more creators that are really looking to get to the truth and do deep dives. So that's in the works right now. We just didn't have enough time to get it all together in like literally a day. So I apologize that this has been a little bit. Mossy, I hear you. Let's connect.
But we will make it happen. We're
gonna make it happen come hell or high water. That's for sure. Maybe try a different browser.
This honestly shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I know.
What does he have his age setting at? That's the only thing that should be an issue, because I see people start up backup accounts and they can request up right away. He's not hosting. Right.
So, that's why we were saying before we started this, I said, well, I have the most TikTok followers, so I'm going to host the live because I can and I have more access. And then you shouldn't have to. That's what I told Sasha, that they shouldn't have to.
No, not at all. Like I started a backup account a week ago and I was able to request up with like 30 followers, So
yeah.
How long has he had his account for?
They've had their account. I think honestly, they opened it today. It's possible they opened it today.
There was an issue with the previous account.
Yeah, there was an issue with the other account. It was hacked. And so they decided to make a new account, and then they put it on social media. Please follow me, all that. And so I honestly just didn't expect it to be a problem at all. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I've done this before with other people, and they've been able to get in no problem. So could they have blocked their IP?
Yeah, I'll make sure that Tapley can get him onto one of his. If not, he can log into one of mine.
Okay.
Yeah, this is strange.
It's
I'm just
really
wondering
weird.
if like as long as his age is over 16, their age is over 16. If they've got that set properly, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna look up a couple of things really quick.
No problem. We can talk a little bit more about what's going on. I know that, back in November when Sasha Riley's testimony was released, at that time, Lisa seemed to be in control of all of what was going on and what was released. I think that it turned into a situation where Sasha wanted to branch out, but I'm not going to speak for them. And then, like I said, Troy and I both were like, who is this woman? Why is she acting this way? This is weird. This doesn't sound right, because both of us are survivors. I know how survivors are supposed to be treated because I know how I've been treated and not treated. Oh, hello. Do we have an update?
Yeah, so it looks like your friend gave them her account. So I think she might already be in the queue. So
what's the name on that?
Oh, dang it. What did she call it? Let's see here. 1 second. Will you comment down in the queue so she knows which one to let up, if you don't mind?
Yeah, let me
please,
know which one I'm supposed to let up.
I forgot the name of the account. They'll comment in just a second,
Okay.
I'm sure.
It's me. I'm Sasha.
Shut up, JD. You wish. Astral. It's Astral. That's who it is. If you have an Astral in your queue.
I'm going to look right now.
I don't know why it let me see your queue for a fraction of a second. It did. I'm not even a mod.
Astrological?
Yes.
Okay, waiting for guests to join. Almost there. We're almost there. Oh, did we lose them? Oh. Oh my goodness.
Sasha.
Hello.
There we go.
Sasha, is that you?
Hi, friend.
Yes, I hope so.
Oh my God. This is the first time I've really spoken to you. We've only been doing text. So hello. How are you?
Hello. A little better as of about 3 seconds ago.
Okay.
You look a little different somehow. I can't put my finger on it, Sasha. Hey, Siren, I would give yourself the big box so that the audience has an easier time tapping for you.
Oh, okay.
And maybe kill some of these dead boxes. All right. Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'm going to do 6 just in case. That's good. That better?
All right.
All righty.
I need
And
to
just
shut this
before-
We
thing
can
and
see
off.
just-
your lovely face. Hello.
And just before we
Hello.
begin, a profuse apology to the audience. As you know, when things are coming together quickly, we're prone to a little delay. So thank you for being good sports. You've made this live so busy.
Yes.
Please keep it up. Now, especially tap, share, like, do all of this stuff. Because I'm not going to remind you again. We're about to get into good interview territory. And then the final thing I would just tell you, you are being very, very humble with this menial tiny gift goal, but I would set like 50 of them. That way people can gift you throughout the show and we don't have to remind them.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to go do that now. Yes.
All right. And audience, please, nobody has pulled off something like this on these streets. So please show all the love tonight to Siren, okay? And meet all of these gift goals. All right.
All right. We were at like 1%, so now that disaster is averted too.
Well, yeah, we need to have a charge. I know I just left mine on the charger all day because I've been using it so much to go back and forth and everything. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm just fixing my settings. Troy, do you want to get started? Or Sasha, is there anything you would like to say about yourself or anything like that? Or would you rather just kind of field some questions?
We can lead off with the questions. Just I am very clearly not AI, so I'd like to lead with that. And we'll go from there.
Some of us have known
I am
that for
happy
a
to
while.
answer any questions in real time, just like I posted on my threads. So let's let her rip.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's see if I can make you a little bigger. I think people want to see you, not me. So I'm going to put you in the main front area. And Troy, if you want to take it away, I'm just going to fix some of these settings and make sure we're all set to go.
Okay. Well, hello, friend.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you for being here and trusting us with, your first actual live interview. And I'd like to just start with a simple question.
All right.
So what have the last 3 months actually been like for you?
3 months. Enlightening, I guess. I have had my suspicions on the motives of the person I was working with for quite a while now. So I would say for the last 3 months, those suspicions were by and large confirmed. To the people that have said, well, why, come out with this and then hide? Well, the information or the data that I was getting from Lise, the person that I was working with, was that all of these ancillary investigations were going on, these conversations with Congress members, this pending case with the UN. I was told repeatedly, daily almost, that radio silence was of the utmost importance to protect the other survivors. And to that I say, I don't know who the hell they are. So who am I even protecting, or who would I be outing when I don't even know who they are, minus the one person who I posted for. I amplified George Tonk's story. And then I posted Amanda some of her information on my threads, but that was separate from Lise. So those are the only two other survivors that I've spoken to myself. So for the last 3 months, I've just been kind of getting my head wrapped around the fact that I needed to split. If I wanted to do what we are doing now, or do interviews like I did with Miss Brandy Zadrozny,
That's a tough one.
It is. I mess it up. I was just going to have to break
I'm
away and do this
I'm so
online.
sorry to interrupt. This is only because I'm seeing a lot of this in the comments, and I got some texts about it.
Okay.
They're saying that the GIFs are obstructing Sasha's face, as well as the audience cannot tap when Sasha's in the big box like that. So you might want to do, I think there's a layout where maybe you and Sasha can have the big box, like 2 big boxes up top, maybe.
Yeah, let me see what I can do there. Yeah.
Let's just see. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sasha. I just want to make sure everybody can see your face and all that. All right.
Okay. Here we go.
You look good.
I think this would be good.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let's leave it at that. And that way they can tap you in the top left, and then just switch the Astra account over, like replace Troy. And then we'll give Troy the big box back whenever he talks.
Okay. Sorry about that.
The last 3 months, you could almost say have been just a follow-on for the last 7. It has been a similar story since I got here. I came here to Canada under the impression that Lise had some fairly substantial connections, politically, through media, whatever. But we're here now, so that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, and I actually had a question about that, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I was just curious if she ever showed you any proof that she actually submitted anything to the UN or The Hague.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, because I wasn't sure about that. So
there is some information in one of my pieces that does explain that I have actually spoken to a few individuals who have confirmed exactly what Sasha just said.
Okay.
Okay, so Jesse, would you like to go ahead and...
Yeah. I got my questions ready.
All right.
First of all, can I ask you something personal? And it's not personal, but what kind of music do you like?
70s.
70s.
Bill Withers, Aretha Franklin, soul, R&B, that sort of music.
Hell
70s,
yeah.
80s, classic rock. So segue into AC/DC and the old stuff.
Awesome. I was just curious, because I know that maybe that's something that you do to kind of decompress. And that's something and for me, music is a big soothing thing too. Same thing. Like when I'm really stressed, if I sing in the shower or if I listen to some music I really like, I feel a lot better. I feel a lot calmer. So I just kind of wanted to know what kind of music you like. I was curious. Yeah. And I'm also curious to know, like when the audio was first released back in November, how did you feel like when you figured out how far it had spread?
It was odd. at first, when it dropped just on the Substack, I got a few hundred followers on Threads, and I thought, okay, you know, a few people have listened to this. You know, what's the response going to be? And there really wasn't one back in November, whenever it dropped, besides those few hundred followers coming in. And it was unusual because the followers that I was getting, they weren't doing a lot of commenting. But then when I dropped it on Threads, that's when it took off. So that's been surreal. It's hard to describe that. I was anticipating some people, you know, all the naysayers. It's AI, it's a bot, he's lying. You know, we shouldn't believe anything anybody says. You know, all of this, you know, constant cast and shade. You know,
Yeah.
so I
Victim blaming,
anticipated
really.
that.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
But what did surprise me was the overwhelming amount of support from people. There was that 1% or 2% that just, they don't have anything nice to say, you know, and a lot of those accounts are the ones that are suspect. You know, they've got 18 followers and no profile picture, you know,
No
and
likes.
a weird name.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
No
following
likes on any of it.
10,000 people, but they've got 3 followers. Like,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
I've had a lot of that too. In fact, some of the videos I've posted about you and other Epstein survivors, most of the comments that were negative were from like what I feel were bot accounts.
Yes.
They weren't even real people, which is interesting, I think. Because I feel that you have a big support on TikTok because I'm constantly on it and I'm paying attention, and because of the subject matter that I post about, and I follow a lot of people that post about survivor stuff. And from what I've seen, you've got a lot of support on here. People love you.
It's tremendous. And it was unusual too, speaking of Lise, that when I would speak to her, she would constantly say, well, I'm getting all of this pushback. And I thought maybe it was her engagement tactics, because I've had that same problem. You know, if you engage with the bots, then you get tons of bots. If you go back and as soon as they use the word libtard or Democrat or any of the other you know, names that they like to pin and insta-block those, your life starts getting better. So I figured she was just maybe making that mistake, but that's been interesting too. You know,
Yeah,
I didn't get as much of that.
Yeah, I think that not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I think that I understand how you'd think maybe she's just not, because she didn't really have a presence before this on anything. Which is kind of the point I made in my articles there, that it's just weird that she kind of came out of the woodwork, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she reached out to you first, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
That's what I thought. Yeah.
We had a number of discussions on WhatsApp to begin with before, you know, proceeding. And there were some parameters laid out within those conversations that did lead me to trust her to some degree, at least until I got here.
Yeah.
So,
well,
you know,
and you can listen to her on that recording. She kind of presents herself as someone who has all these connections, someone
Yes.
who is willing to help you and willing to do all these things. But what I found interesting, because I listened to your tapes again last night, I listened to everything again because I just wanted to make sure I knew everything that I could before we talked. And what I noticed, especially near the end of the recordings, the last few, she seemed to almost get frustrated with you when you started talking about, hey, I'm going to go down to Alabama. It's not that far. I'll take my bike. Or I'm going to go to the hospital and get those records, or however you were going to do it. She seemed to almost then consistently flip it back and say, well, we've got to be worried about safety, and we've got to be worried about this, and we've got to be worried about that. And the second time through, I'm like, man, she's kind of gaslighting him. She's kind of making him feel like he shouldn't reach out to other people. And that sucks. That's not cool at all to me. Like, the whole point of, you can listen to any 3-letter agency and they'll tell you visibility is what keeps you alive. Visibility.
That's what I thought.
Is what protects you. Because it's a lot harder to unalive somebody that has a presence on social media like that, because even on Threads, man, if you don't post in a day, people freak out.
They do.
People freak out. They're like,
and, you know,
are you okay?
I appreciate from the bottom of my heart the love. I really do. And you know, I know a lot of people are out there that are genuinely concerned. And look, to your point, I am accepting risk in this, and I keep getting outside sources saying, think about other people. Okay, I don't know who these people that you're talking about are. You know, are they out in the limelight? Are they out saying, you know, these names publicly? Because I'm not hearing that. And I don't know how me continuing to talk would place them in any kind of danger, particularly any extra danger than they might already be in.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense when you really look at it from a logic standpoint. You know?
Yeah, I think you and I are similar in that way. We try to look at things in a really logical way. And
Right.
and especially being a survivor, you always have that little bit of skepticism when you first start talking to somebody, because you're like, am I safe with them? Is my story safe with them? And I've felt that way myself. But then that push to keep so many things under wraps, it just begs the
Never
question,
sat right.
what's your motivation, Lisa? Why do you want this to be like, you're not out here giving people social securities and addresses, and you're not exposing anyone else. You're just exposing yourself. So
it seems like a control situation, like from what I have noticed, it's like potentially a catch and kill scheme.
I told her that in those terms exactly. That was one of the last things that on March 10th, I sent her 3 text messages. None of the 3 were responded to. One of them said, by the way, I believe you're just the human version of a catch and kill story. So that, you know, that may not be a direct quote, but that's what it said. And I kind of believe that. I don't know what her intentions are. But I do know that I've been here for months, and initially we had the agreement that we were going to push this forward. It was not going to be for money, because I have watched other people try to come forward, and then they start a GoFundMe. And to be clear, I'm not denigrating them for doing that. If you're in a position where the only way that you can come forward is to accept some sort of help, then that's the position that you're in. But I have a very strong faith that guides me to not be able to accept money in this instance. And it has to do with this being a fight, so to speak. So it can't be for any kind of profit or personal gain.
yeah.
And that's just my beliefs. So
Well, and it seemed like when you started to push back a little, all of a sudden your testimony's behind a paywall. She's
Yes.
releasing these letters saying, you know, Sasha's compromising people's safety. I mean, I'm going to be straight with everybody. It sounds like bullshit. It sounds like
what it sounds
absolute,
like to me.
utter bullshit is what it sounds like.
It's bullshit.
So,
And, you know, I even question whether or not this was some sort of nefarious intent to keep me suppressed for a period of time in an effort to control the entire narrative, to try to present it as some sort of falsehood. And I will tell you that nothing had really happened to corroborate the story until I put it on Threads, and Sue Selly and Jay Megan, I think. I'm bad with names.
Jay Megan, yes, we love Jay Megan over here.
Yes, we do.
She's a doll.
Nerdy.
Yeah.
Yes, but they very aggressively put this together, and they said, okay, some of these outlandish things that he's saying, they work. You know, the timelines work, the people were here, all of these things. So, you know, that's when it really began to, and it really picked up when some of my former colleagues in the military admitted to having seen the child essay material, because that got passed around my unit. Everybody thought that was really funny, you know.
I believe that Sue Selly was the one who also got in touch with Michael Bayless, correct?
Yes.
I
Okay.
spoke with him as well.
Yeah, I believe she got in touch with him and with Paul Donnelly, I think is his name, the police officer that initially admitted, yes, in 2021 or whenever it was exactly, he came in and did a deposition. Now, where the hell that deposition is anybody's guess, but I did one. I did.
Yeah.
And I will say this, if I had done that deposition, it was markedly different than the deposition that I provided Lise. We would all know all about it. But I was very careful, both in the police interview and when I talked to Lise, not to stray away from the things that were solid. I have other memories. I remember Mitch McConnell. I'll just say it straight up. I told the police officers when I gave the deposition, I think I saw Bill Clinton at one of those parties. But the memory wasn't clear enough that I could put my hand on a Bible and say that was him. And I have no context. So I can't say he did this, he did that. The only thing that I can say is I believe he may have been there. So when it gets into the weeds of what may have happened, I try to just leave that the hell alone and just stick with those 5 that I can tell you exactly what happened.
Right, that's a responsible way to
leave
go
it
about
at there.
Yeah, I respect the hell out of you for that. I just want you to know, everybody I've talked to respects the hell out of you for being, and I, like I said, I listened to the tapes again, and you just kept reiterating, like, hey, I'm not in this for money. I just want to tell my story. Yeah. Hey, I can say for sure, 100%, I have a clear picture of this person and what they've done. And yes, of course, I encountered other people. I also like what you said about the fact that the way I've felt this way for a long time investigating the Epstein case, that there are several different sub-factions of the trafficking network. There are girls that are technically slightly underage, or whatever you want to call it, the 17, 16-year-olds. And then there are children. And the guys that stayed at the end, to the end of the party, were the guys that were there for the children. And everybody else before that left. Is that what I'm remembering? Yes. And I felt like that makes the most sense to me, because not everybody's going to be okay with doing that, but they still need blackmail on these people.
Right.
Yes. And you hit the nail on the head right there. It is a kind of a carnival of horrors or experiences that they can accept. But to your point, the more gruesome that the experience that they have filmed, the more leverage they have on the person. So if say this person that they want to groom into the system is 20, 25 years old, and there's a 16, 17-year-old there, and it's not a situation where somebody's being absolutely brutalized, but it's still on the wrong side of the law, right? And it is a spectrum. So some of these people that were there, they may have done some drugs, they may have had an affair, they may have, had an encounter with somebody that is below, the legal age. But then, a lot of people are saying, well, it's all the same. No, it absolutely isn't, because those people that were there at the end, that's different.
Yeah.
What they did was different. The degree to which they did it was different. So, and that's why I have been careful not to just point at anybody I think that I may have seen there. Because let's say, just for argument's sake, I'm not presenting this as fact, that Bill Clinton was there. He may have just been there because it was a party. It had affluent people there to make connections. Maybe he left before any of that really happened. Maybe he did some things. Maybe those things were somewhat bad, but not, I feel like if he'd have done anything that was really bad, we'd know all about it.
Well, I think it's interesting because I've looked through a lot of the evidence and a lot of the photos and videos that are in the actual files. And I would say that obviously, first of all, we don't have all the files. So let's just remember that. The DOJ there's an email in the DOJ that says there was like 14 terabytes of data, and 3 million pages, whether they're video, audio, whatever they are, still 2%. Doesn't add up to that amount of gigabytes.
2%.
So 2% of the files, who's to say that all of the stuff about you isn't there and they have it and they just haven't released it? And
I feel like that's part of it. I know for a fact, like I testified in those depositions that I gave Lise, I'm in one of the snuff films, one film for sure where a person was executed on film, and I am in the frame. So I can tell you unequivocally that the other half of those files include things that start at that level of gruesome. And you know, even that, where they came in and they fired a shot and did that, isn't as gruesome as it gets, you know. And I can't testify that I was necessarily involved in filming some of these worse things than even that, but I saw them. And I know that some of them are filmed, regardless of whether or not I'm in there. And I kind of want people to understand some of the things that we are reading about and things like that. Even some of the out of what's been released are really heinous. But I promise you, the other half is worse. And I don't mean a little bit worse. You know, going from risque to naughty. I mean going from really bad to almost unbelievable. You know, and that's just the process of it. The only guardrails to these people's behavior is their imagination. Any experience that they can dream up, they have the resources to purchase that experience, and they do. You know, and a lot of money changes hands through these, and that's.
People keep asking, people keep saying, well, did it end with Jeffrey? Of course it didn't. It's a billions of dollars industry every year. Billions.
And it's international. You know, it's not even just the United States. It's not even just our politicians. You know, I question just how much of the world is involved, you know, because you can only imagine that. Of course, these people, these very powerful people, you know, that are pulling these puppet strings, they want this compromising information, but they don't just want it on Americans. They want it on anybody that they can get it on, you know. And I can tell you from being at those parties, there were people there that had strange accents. I can't tell you much more than that, but people that were clearly not from the United States.
Yeah.
So,
well, and that's corroborated 100. That is totally corroborated 100% in the emails that you look at with all these different foreign dignitaries and diplomats and all these different people. I mean, especially the I country, we'll say that because they're watching.
Right.
And the Putin's country. So, I mean, a lot of connections there with foreign people, and I feel like. When you take a step back and you look at what's been released already, you can't possibly believe that that's it. You can't, because there's too many holes. There's too many things missing. And if this is what they've allowed us to see, it stands to reason that what they haven't allowed us to see is, like you said, much, much, much worse.
They put the files out the way that they did to confuse us. I mean, there is always going to be human error. So there will be these little Easter eggs that people do find that do lead to, you know, some real arrests or, you know, findings that, you know, we would have more of if we did have the entire files. But they're there the way they are to confuse us. Because what really needs to be focused on, and you know, one of the reasons why we're here today is because, as Sasha as a victim, is that we are not focusing enough on the victims and what is still going on right now. And
that's a good point. I know somebody that their kids are still involved in this, you know, and they are going to the proper authorities. And I've heard that many, many times. Why didn't you? And fill in the blank. We did. I did. They did. Others have. Virginia Gouffre did. You know, a lot of people did.
Maria Farmer went to the FBI in 1996, the first whistleblower, and look how long it took for anything to be done about that. I mean,
they won't. They seemingly will not do anything until it becomes public and unignorable. You know, it just, there's so much traction behind it. You know, here we've got Polaroids, we've got witnesses, whatever it is. Okay, we just flat out can't ignore it. And then it seems to be that the system embraces the person and we're going to do something about it. And then you just don't hear a damn thing. You know, where are the arrests?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that Ghislaine Maxwell is the only, and Jeffrey Epstein were the only two people? They were trafficking thousands of people for billions of dollars just to themselves?
Well, that's what
Come
Pam
on, man.
And to
Bondi
be
and
very
Cash Patel would have us believe.
I was about to say, to be
The
very
same
clear,
man?
that's exactly what those two had to say.
Well, Cash
Really,
Patel also
really
said,
quick though, Sasha, I just want to say
yes.
for the record, what really stood out to me earlier whenever I was talking to Troy, we got into it a little bit specifically about how neither of us have ever waited on the release of these Epstein files. Because like Siren was saying, right, it's been easy to predict exactly how this was going to roll out, that everything would be selectively released, heavily redacted, and all in service of making Donald Trump and people within his regime look far more innocent than they are, right? And that's why it's very important for us as investigators, but to you out there listening, out there in the public who might be looking into this stuff, do not just rely on these files. Like Troy and I were talking about, so much of the most of revelatory or damning things that we know is because it's not because of something we found in the file. It's from pouring through decades of publicly accessible, right, legal records, really old, lost, forgotten reporting, etc. And I say that all the time on these panels, usually in the context of debate. There's so much out there, so much. All you have to do is be a vigilant citizen and bother to look. That's it.
Right.
And it's real funny, as soon as you start looking into Sasha's case specifically, far too many threads end up becoming corroborated immediately.
Right.
And that's why all of us are taking Sasha very, very seriously.
Yeah.
And to help this situation, I just do want to say that I will be releasing a free workbook that will guide you through how to help people like Sasha in the ways that James was just discussing outside of the files. So that will be available for everyone to join in on helping the survivors and the victims.
That's great. And I think that is the most important question for you, Sasha, is I know a lot of it's overwhelming right now, and there's just been insane drama over the last week, just crazy. And I know you're moving and you have lots of plans ahead, but if there's anything that you feel like you need from us, if there's anything that you feel like would help you in any way, let us know. Let us know here, let us know privately, let us know in messaging, whatever. I can't speak for everybody in this chat, but I think I can speak for me and Troy and probably James that all we want to do is help you. Like all we want to do is get your voice out there and let you say what you want to say, because I believe you. I know these two guys believe you, and there's just too many coincidences to
our number.
and I don't believe in coincidences anymore. And if you've even read a third of the Epstein files and you still believe in coincidences, something's going on up there, because if it quacks like a duck, as I like to say, it's probably a duck. So I just want to say that we support you. And if there's anything that you need from us and from the public, you have so much support. And I think you should embrace that more and reach out. I know you want to make sure that you're not monetized and that you're not taking money, and that is super, super honorable and admirable for you. And I know that any material I share of yours will never, actually, none of my material is ever going to be behind a paywall, because I also care about the survivors that aren't famous, if you will. I also care about the regular people, like myself. So I just want to say, don't hesitate to reach out. Please don't hesitate to reach out to any of us, and don't hesitate to say on threads, hey, I need help. I need to do this, or I need to move. Who has a good mover? Because the community, what I've noticed, will really come together. They really do come together because they do support you and they care about you. So sorry, I'm talking.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I am going to need some help with one thing. I've got to get my motorcycle from Copperhead Harley Davidson in Texas to Dublin.
Oh,
so that's
goodness.
the closest Harley dealership to where I'm going. So I got to figure that out. That's been harder. Harley doesn't have it figured out how to ship it there, and I have yet to find a shipper that will take it from there to where I need it to go. If I could get it to New York,
Actually, Danielle, who was up on the panel, the Canadian creator whose live we would use as a backup in case this went down, she actually works in Canada in the automobile sector, and she might actually be the perfect person to maybe steer us in the right direction. So I'll talk to you offline about that and see.
All right, cool. I got a car here too that I guess I'm going to need to get over there. I don't know.
See what I mean? You just tell us what you need, and we will provide. That's amazing. That's amazing. Is there anything else you want to say right now, or are you good with another couple of questions? I think Troy wanted to ask a couple questions, right?
Absolutely. Send me. What you got?
All right. So,
real quick before we press forward, just quick little mod thing. Will you change your gift goal? Do something bigger, like choose whatever, anything up to 100 coins and set like that way people. And don't forget, chat, like, please, like, who else is bringing you Sasha Riley on TikTok? Gift the host. All panelists, and please keep boosting us. And thank you so much for 1.1K viewers. That's incredible. In the middle of the Sunday afternoon, no less.
Okay, so how did it feel to you when people actually started to question your story?
You know, that part, I anticipated it. And in the beginning, I just thought, more of the same. I have put this data out in different venues, and it didn't get traction. It was, this is, a bunch of crap. So that didn't surprise me. The only thing that surprised me was the internet sleuths. They surprised me because they jumped in with both feet and said, okay, well, that makes sense. We found the house he's talking about. We found a farm with an airstrip right by it. Now, I can't tell you definitively whether or not that was the correct house with the airstrip, but it's likely, and I can tell you 100% Les Lee's house that they found. That's the guy. I can't tell you what exactly transpired there, but I know that was one of the farms. So once those little tidbits started becoming corroborated, that was cathartic. I mean, that was huge, because this has been 10 years that I've been sharing small details of this, trying to say, hey, I kind of had some information that might be valuable here, and to just have it, across the board dismissed the entire time. That's been frustrating, but that, when it started getting, corroborated, that was a different experience. It's hard to even just to describe it. I did think that once it started down that path, that the rest of it would kind of pick up steam a little quicker. That the snowball would get bigger faster. Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of people with a lot of money that don't like this story. They don't like any parts of this story, don't like the Epstein files, and those are the people saying, hey, you know what, guys, we just need to move on from the largest cover-up we've ever had and, bomb countries with brown people in it, because that's, whatever we need to do to shift the narrative. So that's been frustrating, watching us do all of these things to try to seemingly ignore the reality of what's in those files.
That means a lot coming from a veteran as well.
And I don't want to get too far off on a tangent, but that war is the wrong war. We had a perfectly good war already raging in Ukraine, who is supposed to be our ally. We could have jumped in there and saved the day. If you just want to go to war and bomb people, there you go. But, we've got one raging. But instead, they started a war with arguably maybe the second worst country on earth to go attack. And I say that just because of the topography of that, the resolve of the 92 or 94 million people that live in Iran, the strategic location, not just the topography. It's a nightmare. It is a nightmare scenario in every way. And let's just be honest, we're not doing well, So that's been a little confusing, watching this system that is supposed to be protecting the American people go and engage in this war that does not seem to be well thought out in what has been thus far a losing proposition. We haven't gained anything, and we sure as hell lost quite a bit, in terms of resources anyway, and potentially loss of life. I don't know that we're being told the full picture, honestly, about anything that's going on over there. So I
don't think so either. I agree.
I don't want to say that I have any information that additionally what we're all being fed, but it sure looks like a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
I
think people, I know I've started to really look at international news more than any kind of mainstream American media, which I've been doing for a little while anyway, but specifically about this, I hear you. I agree with you. And I also think that it could be reasonably inferred that this was started because they didn't want to release the rest of the files. And, it could certainly be a possibility. I think it's certainly on the table that they didn't want to release it. And this was a distraction. Many people have said the opposite. I'm not saying anything's true either way, but, these people, all they want is money and power, to me. Yeah. And anyone that threatens that money or power and gets in the way, unfortunately, suffers consequences. And right now, it's countries, it's millions, it's thousands of people being sacrificed for greed.
Yep. Yes.
Greed.
Yes.
Which is why I understand completely why you have that need to just keep everything free and keep everything. I understand that, because for me, it's the same way. Like, I don't want to participate in this greed anymore. And I don't want to shut people out. I've had struggles financially over the years myself many times, and I don't ever want anyone to feel like they can't access something important, without paying for it or whatever. But I'm so glad you're here. Can I just say that one more time?
I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. There have been a number of speed bumps that slowed this process down, but maybe at this point, I do see some things happening, and there definitely seems to be a shift in consciousness happening to some degree. But I have to give the Trumpers credit for one thing, man. The cognitive dissonance that they display is absolutely incredible. Yeah. Like, they could watch him do it and say, I didn't see nothing,
Oh, yeah. My
felonies.
husband says he could murder a child in Times Square and he would get away with it. Right. With those people. Like, they would literally not care. Or they'd say it was AI.
Right. Or Kash Patel would say that baby was coming right towards him, had it coming, it's, to watch what they did to Renee Good was just insane. Not just watching the events unfold, but then the cover up after. Now they're not even going to take that to trial because somebody lost their life. Even if you say, well, I don't think that rises, that still goes before a judge and a jury.
Yeah. There still has to be an investigation. There's not even an investigation.
Right.
Crazy.
Well, I got to tell you, Sasha, I'm really glad you're doing this, particularly because I feel like it could be very inspiring to other survivors out there who might want to come forward but are really feeling kind of tepid. Right. Personally, the most frustrating part of my investigation over the last almost year has been having people, right, that I know either are survivors or have deeply corroborative evidence or a very vetted allegation, but they don't want to talk on the record, right? Because they're scared of retaliation or having harm come their way. And that's been my biggest obstacle, is just knowing that right before me, there are people who have true keys to getting the public to understand what's really happening here, but they're scared. So I'm just so lucky that there is someone like you out there who has the guts and is willing to take on the risk. Yeah. Hopefully help others.
Goosebumps.
I kind of looked at it this way, for those that might be curious. The things happened, so at the moment that you kind of start talking about it, then it just, you can't really dip your toe in the water. You either do it or you stay quiet. And I'm not denigrating anybody that needs to stay quiet. I understand to your point, you've got to maintain your own mental health, your own safety, all of that. But I was in more of a unique position, having already been retired. I felt like I had a vehicle, I mean that metaphorically, to get out of the United States. I'm out of the United States, jumping from here to Ireland next. So they've got some very good whistleblower laws, and looking forward to working with some good people over there.
Say hi to Rosie.
Yes, I have already reached out to her.
Aww.
So we'll see how that goes. But
yeah, so a lot of people have been asking in the chat, are you safe? So that's good for them to know that you're making plans to kind of get out of here and get yourself in an even safer location, which is amazing. And like I said, don't hesitate to reach out for help from any of us to try to figure that out. I don't really know a lot of people in Ireland, I'm not gonna lie, but the thought has crossed my mind, and I'm not running from anything necessarily, but the thoughts crossed my mind too, because like you, I don't agree with any of this. I don't like any of this that's going on. And I really want my child to grow up in a world where these kind of things are much less likely to happen.
That's
I hear that.
my thought.
Yeah.
That's exactly my thought. And this hasn't gotten smaller over the years, and it hasn't gotten less brutal, So if somebody doesn't eventually do something about it, it's just going to be completely who we are. And that's been one of the saddest parts of all of this, is kind of discovering. And I think to a lot of people's psyche, this was just too large to accept. Because, if you just turn on your logic brain and say, okay, in order for this to be true, this pedophile ring would have to have support from all of these different levels of people in all of these different agencies. There would have to be police involved. There'd have to be CPS involved. There'd have to be all of these people, not necessarily all of the people that work within those organizations, but clearly people within those organizations in key positions, judges, lawyers, all of these people. So it becomes a thing where it's hard to digest that, because it just seems too big. People would accept if it was just the small thing, but not that the whole system is doing it. But if you look at those Epstein files, it sure as hell looks like it.
Right.
And if you,
I think, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
So I feel like one of the biggest issues is, like I was saying earlier about the files being incomplete, but also that, we're focusing so much energy on trying to, like I said earlier, figure things out based on these little tidbits of information. And I feel like it's creating so much confusion.
I do believe that's deliberate.
Right. And
I agree with you. Yeah.
It's so sad to see on social media, especially. Threads is a nightmare when it comes to this. So many people, sharing what they believe is true. And I've made a mistake myself. And I posted something and had to apologize for making a mistake.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
And
myself included.
Right. I feel like that's causing issues for people like you who need to come out and speak their truth, because others are already trying to define who you are before you're able to define who you are. And
I have noticed that. And I would say that as a recommendation to any survivor that's coming forward, you're going to be hit with things that look true that you might want to support. Like in the very beginning, all these William Riley documents started falling. And, with a little bit of digging, okay, this is a William H. Riley. Is this just a clever thing with a name, but I have been very careful not to just endorse things. I don't know. That is my adoptive father's name. His name is William Riley. That's a true statement. But they have redacted the email addresses So I can't tell you definitively which one it is, but you know who knows? The FBI knows. You know, they know who all of these people are, and they are doing their best job that they possibly can to protect the perpetrators, not the victims, not the survivors, none of that. They are actively doing all that they can to cover this up. And if somebody says, "What proof do you have?" How about Kash Patel sitting there in front of Congress saying that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files less than 100 times? He said that under oath. If I said something like that, so egregiously false in front of Congress, there would be some sort of disciplinary action. I feel like I would probably be charged with, a crime.
Well, and if you were
Since
still
it
in the
is one.
service, you'd be court-martialed for doing
Yes.
something like that. 100%. You'd maybe even lose your whole rank. You might be in big. That's perjury.
Yes, you would lose your security clearance. You would probably face a court martial, and if it was as serious as this, it would be very likely the end of your career. But here we have Kash Patel that can get up there and say anything, whether it's true, untrue. It's just.
Well, maybe Kash Patel should stick to dancing in his underwear or whatever the hell that was that we just saw. I don't know who hacked him and who released that, but good on you. That's hilarious.
Yes.
No, how dare them, to be quite honest. I didn't want to live with that mental picture in my head for the rest of my life.
Well, it's so crazy to me, this weird double-edged sword that we got here with people that clearly know what's going on in the DOJ and everywhere in the government. And then we've got people who are just like burying their heads in the sand and pretending like nothing's going on at all. And then we've got people like Kash Patel who are just dancing in their underwear randomly and doing whatever. For me, it's like, how do we even grasp the idea that in addition to the nefarious parts of their behavior, they're so incompetent that they've been releasing the names of survivors. Somebody's gonna find something in this dump. I believe it, because the level of incompetence that that's the most mind blowing part to me, because
I believe it's deliberate. I really do.
I agree with you 1,000%. I'm saying like the only explanation would be they're doing it on purpose, and right. I believe too. They've even planted certain things in those files to specifically redirect your attention away from certain things. And that's my belief. But I did want to ask you, like, I know that they came out before. When did you, I know Lise reached out to you, but when did you decide personally, hey, I'm going to come out and I'm going to tell my story? Was it like long before that? Like, I know you posted, like, hey, do you know who's in the Epstein files? This guy. Right. And then and I know you'd been posting on Facebook for a while too before that about it. And then when I know Lisa reached out to you like 2 days later, but did you have an idea way before that? Were you just hoping that somebody would reach out to you? Or was that the kind of the situation you were in, or you just weren't sure yet?
I had almost just become this almost robot, because I had been singing the same song for so long that I just got used to singing it. And I didn't know if it would ever gain traction, but at some point I kind of watched all of this, not just from my perspective, but as the perspective of an American, and watching us kind of degrade into this autocracy. So are we going to have a future at all, after this administration? So all I could really do is keep saying what I was saying and just hope that it did eventually gain traction. And I felt as though if those Epstein files ever dropped, there'd be enough corroborative, substantial evidence and similarities that people would start saying, okay, all right.
I personally think there already is. That's just my opinion. I think there's already plenty of corroborating evidence to your story. I've seen Sue Selly print things. I've seen Becca Day and Jay Megan. Both of them have posted things about corroborating certain parts of your testimony. And the thing is, if all of it didn't corroborate, maybe we should have questions.
Right.
But
Right.
when some of it does and some of it doesn't, that doesn't tell me that you're not telling the truth. That tells me they're hiding stuff.
I
That
think it's
tells me
okay
that
to
we can't
question things.
access
I
that,
think it's okay to question things. It's just a matter of how you go about questioning
Yeah.
Yes.
those things.
Yeah. And it's interesting to see some of the people will say, well, I don't think that date's right, so that none of this can be true. And I've been very clear from the beginning. I don't know, 83, 84, 85. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the dates. I know what I know, and I'm telling you the truth on that. There could be some, it happened in 82. Okay. All right.
Well, people
You
don't
know?
understand this about, I have CPTSD.
Mhm.
And what that does, I was suffered from long-term abuse, much like you. It was in my marriage, not as a child, but it was very similar in the fact that it lasted a long time. And my memory to this day, still, and it wasn't even as long ago as your situation was, but my memory still plays tricks on me. I still
Right.
think something happened in December around Christmas time, but it actually happened in July. But
Right.
that's not, that's not the way memories of people who have been traumatized and abused work.
Right.
It's almost like having a slight bit of Alzheimer's in a way, because
Mhm.
I feel like for my case, like it affects your frontal lobe, it affects your amygdala, it affects your hippocampus. Those are memory centers. Those are personality centers. And that's why people that are victims of long-term abuse have memory issues. It is the nature of it.
Not
There's
just that.
no getting around it. It's literally medical. Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As a
It's your
mental
brain
health
trying to
advocate.
protect you, and I know that there's a trove of memories that I don't have access to. And to be perfectly honest with you, I've gotten to the point where I'm okay with just not remembering more. I understand that the parameters are larger than I can remember. I'm good with just sticking with these few memories that I have that are solid. And I kind of want to speak on that just real quick. They asked me, about this Bill Clinton thing. And I said, if I had to, give you a percentage, I would say it's better than a coin flip that he was at one of those parties, right? But that's not enough, So the memories that I am talking about, could I be wrong? Let's pick Jim Jordan. And I had a very similar conversation with the police. I am not so arrogant that I can't just get on here and say, is there a possibility that I am incorrect? Yes, but here's what the conditions have to be in order for me to be incorrect. It'd have to be somebody else, about 7, 8, 9 years old, whatever he is, older than I am, not substantially older. It'd have to be somebody else with that strong jawline that he's got, somebody else with the same mannerisms, somebody else with that ingratiating, annoying voice that he has. If you've ever heard him speak,
Who was also a trained wrestler at the age
Yes.
that this event would have happened
yes,
well,
Yes.
and let's not forget what was happening at that time
At
with
OSU,
Ohio State
Yes.
University and the wrestling team, who
Right.
to
What Jim
this
Jordan
day
was
still-
pretending not to know
exactly,
about.
exactly.
And for the
So
audience, that
could-
would be the abuses of Richard Strauss at OU. All throughout the 80s up until the turn of the century when he finally got caught.
Right.
And when
two of the brothers
investigators
came out
investigate
and
cases like
said-
this, oh, sorry, Troy, go
That's
ahead.
okay.
Sorry.
And
Go ahead.
two of the brothers
OSU,
came
thank
out
you,
from
Kate.
OSU, the wrestling team, specifically said in court that Jim Jordan called begging, crying for them to take back and not report Strauss. And that is very telling, within itself right there.
They did
I
the
was going to say the
thing.
same thing.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing because the way investigators work is if you find a piece of evidence, again, like I said, if it quacks like a duck, and the way you investigate a case is you start looking at the history or the behavior of that person outside of the situation.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, but the alarm bells just keep ringing and ringing and ringing. Clearly, this
Right.
isn't a good guy.
Right.
To stretch your imagination to say, is it possible that he was there? Is he capable of it? In my mind, yeah, absolutely, because of the other things that he's done.
That are more than just allegations. Dr. Strauss, he's in prison. And to the people that would say that I could not have possibly injured Donald Trump in that way, that they are using that as a point of contention. I'd like to bring up the fact that Harold Bornstein was a gastroenterologist and his primary care doctor, and the FBI raided his office, took all of his medical records after I began speaking out, and then he mysteriously died on January 8th, 2 days after the insurrection, and after, again, I had already put some of this onto the public sphere. I don't even think, if what I read is correct, that they did an autopsy, which is strange enough or suspicious enough. It ought to rise, people's consciousness a little bit that, hey, this is something. It doesn't look right. Ivana falling down the stairs the day before she was due to give a deposition doesn't look right. There's
Virginia
a lot of
Giuffre,
circumstantial. Yeah.
I gotta be quite honest with you. I mean, self-deleting after getting hit by a bus 2 weeks prior. Let's just say it. And really quick to the audience, to be very clear, what Sasha's referencing is an event. It happened on February the 3rd of 2017. And basically there's a guy named Schiller, right? And he was accompanied by the chief legal officer for Trump named Alan Garton and a third unidentified man. They went to Trump's gastroenterologist, like Sasha said, a gastroenterologist who Trump had been with since the early 80s after inheriting him basically from his father. Okay. And they removed all of the president's medical records. And the doctor, his name is Dr. Bornstein, he described it as a raid. And it also defied allegedly HIPAA procedures, right? You're not supposed to be able to go and just seize people's medical records in the manner that they did. So this is potentially illegal. And Bornstein said that they were there for roughly 25, 30 minutes, created a lot of chaos, never got the HIPAA authorization form signed by the president permitting the release of his own records. And and those would have been the only original copies of Trump's medical charts, especially the era that we're talking about. So just for clarity.
Let's also take into consideration that he was a gastroenterologist, but he also was Trump's primary care physician.
Yes, and that's a little unusual. I mean, it does happen. I mean, you could be somebody's primary care, but usually when it's not a general practitioner or whatever, it's something specific. It's because of needing that to be your primary care. You have an issue there.
That's your main issue, right?
Yes. And we all have heard the stories of him wearing a diaper. You can tell that he does wear a diaper. And for an octogenarian, that may not be so unusual, but he's been wearing that diaper since at least the 90s, according to people off of The Apprentice. So that goes back into his 40s. Now that is unusual. So that also bolsters the, corroborative.
Also, just to point out, I ran that scenario through 5 different AIs just out of curiosity what the results would be if that happened. Like, would he survive it, kind of thing? Because that one big argument is he wouldn't have survived it. Well, guess what? It depends. It depends on the angle. It depends on the shape of it, the size of it, where it goes. If it perforated certain things, you're right. He probably couldn't have survived it. But incontinence and that kind of thing are absolutely what happens if you do survive it. All the things that people have pointed out that's going on with him are the result of that injury. So, I mean,
it's worth noting, I have not been given a cease and desist letter even. First off, they know that the second I get it, I'm just going to post it and say, no, I'm not ceasing or desisting. Here's the letter they sent me. This is what it looks like. This is where it came from. Take me to court. Discovery. I look forward to discovery. I am not in a courtroom right now because of discovery.
Yeah.
So, to the people saying that I'm full of crap, why aren't I being,
the guy who's so happy who
Yes.
literally sues everyone that looks at him the wrong way, is not suing you, and that is a big tell for me.
Yeah.
I think.
mean, even the fact that, you know, something I think really needs to be discussed, because this happened right before we came live, is that you were speaking with Kathy Griffin about being interviewed by her, and not but a little bit later, 4 lawyers supposedly called her and said that it wasn't a smart idea given her past history with legal issues regarding Trump. And people need
poetic
to
justice.
people.
I'm
Right?
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought it would be poetic justice for them to derail her career like that if she were somehow vindicated, rise like a phoenix from the ashes, teaming up with the survivors at the end and be proven correct. I thought that would just be the perfect ending. Now, I don't fault her. I'm not angry with her. She basically had her life ruined over that one picture. It's okay for us, and I say us, the United States of America, to go bomb a school. That's okay, apparently. But her holding up an image that is art, whether you agree with it or not, to have her entire career ruined, it kind of shows you where our priorities are, know?
Right, and I saw a lot of people attacking her for not doing that interview, and I just wanted, it to be known, and you said everything right there, that she doesn't need to be attacked. This wasn't a decision that she made lightly. She reached out because she supports you, and was generally interested. But people need to understand the risk that people take when they do interviews like this. We're
It's
all
real.
at risk doing this.
It is real.
Yeah. And I mean, the threats and the harassment, just for myself, and I don't have anything to do with anything aside from just speaking with you and helping you, and the investigation I'm doing. I couldn't even imagine what someone like you or Kathy Griffin has to go through threat-wise. I mean, Sue Selly, for example, just recently, for covering your story, had to relocate because she was being she had blacked out cars parked outside of her house. This is
Secret Service went and talked to my realtor, or at least called her. Yeah. FBI has called me. Secret Service has reached out to me. Y'all didn't want to talk to me when I wanted to talk to you, so I'm not interested right now. I don't.
Well, and that's why this is so
people.
important for you, because your face needs to be everywhere. That's what protects you.
And I absolutely would not recommend. Do not speak to any of the triple letters under this regime. I know you know that, but yeah.
I did one time, the day after Charlie Kirk was he had his speaking engagement cut short. They called me the day after that, and I spoke with them then, but I thought that was just a fishing expedition to see where I was because of some of the military experience that I have. I figured they were, and how outspoken I am. So I figured they were just calling, but that was some unusual timing. For years and years and years, I'm trying to get the attention of the FBI. Well, they obviously know right where I'm at. They gave me a call the day after Charlie Kirk, had to cut his live rally short, his propaganda rally. So.
Yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms. That is.
It is, and I don't believe as a person that I went to sniper school in 2004. I served in that role for a number of years, several deployments. None of that looks right.
My husband's former law enforcement. He said the same thing. He's like, I didn't do sniper training, but just if you know anything about weapons at all, if you've had any weapons training at all, even a little bit, you know that something doesn't smell right there. Something's wrong there.
The most suspicious part of that were those signals that were given right before it happened, and the people moving positions. If you go back and look at that tape, you see these people giving their what looks like a third base coach signs, and then he takes 2 or 3 steps away.
Yeah. Yeah.
We
could talk for hours
about
that.
And if you want
conspiracy.
to piggyback off of that, and then talk about the,
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I feel like it's just, it's so hard to just exist right now, because if you're a person who has critical thinking skills and perception, and obviously for us, pattern recognition is really, really serious because of the trauma that we went through. Survivors end up having superpowers in a way. I feel like, after they've been traumatized, because we recognize immediately, or we have a gut feeling, as opposed to some other people who just don't recognize that dangerous pattern. And that being said, do you feel like, I know you reached out to Brandy, I believe her name was, at MS Now, right?
She reached out to me, actually.
Oh, she reached out to you. Okay. Mm-hmm. So she reached out to you personally or through Lisa?
Me personally.
Oh, okay.
So there have been people that were reaching out to Lisa. She tried to make it so that people would just reach out to her. Mm-hmm. When Miss Brandy reached out to me, I vetted her to some degree. By vetting her, I just went and read some of her articles to see what kind of, prose that she writes in, what her kind of stance is, whether or not I felt like she was, handing out accurate stories. Right. She appeared very credible to me. It's hard to do much better in the sphere of mainstream news media than MS Now. So you got to maybe take a chance on somebody. I'm not going on Fox News, so yeah. Why not her? Right. And she was adamant. Lisa was adamant that just wasn't going to happen. And I was sharing a story the other day where we had a phone conversation where, 3 or 4 minutes in of her rambling, trying to convince me, I said no. And she got angry. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking, I said, okay. I put the phone down. 54 minutes later, she said, well, then she put on her sweet voice. What do you think? I said, I think the answer, the no was I wasn't going to stay quiet anymore. I said, the answer 54 minutes ago was no, and it's still no. And that was the splitting point. That was the breaking point of our friendship or our coalition to try to do something. And I never really got a good answer to that, other than to tell me I was putting other survivors at risk, and no further explanation than that. So if you don't trust me with the information of what you allege that I am doing to these other people, then I'm just not going to believe you, because I didn't really have any faith in her left at that point either. So why am I going to believe this thing in the shadows that you allege exists when I don't even believe in you as a person? And by you, I mean Lise, Right. So
I think a lot of people need to understand that as well, is because I have received a lot of people have reached out to me recently about you, of course. And a lot of people have asked me about the whole split between the two of you, mainly regarding the fact that she said that you outed your location, but the timeline doesn't match up. You released that information on Threads, and then she posted in the Outlaws of Chivalry chat the following day, using that as the excuse for your split.
Right.
So,
quack quack.
If anybody kind of wants to know why I released the location, it has to do with some of the threats that I was getting. So, and some of the things that were being said publicly. It's public knowledge. I'm in Canada. Some of the repeated references to Prime Minister Carney being the governor of Canada. And we have all heard that over and over again. And I am sitting in here in a room by myself at that point, wondering, okay, where would they attack? And why wouldn't they attack right here, right where I'm at right now, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. So I wanted people to know, in the interest of, okay, if something does happen, maybe that will be suspicious enough to raise a few flags.
I kind
You
of think
know,
it was smart, to be honest. I kind of feel like it was smart because, again, the visibility is what keeps you safe. If
that's been my thought this entire
yeah,
process. The
well,
more
and
in
that
the
just
light
goes
I
to show.
am,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, the harder it is. Not to say that they can't try to come after me in a variety of other ways, but if you're hiding in the shadows, they'll just shoot you in the dark and say we didn't see anything.
That's why
You
I've
know,
been
but
very
if you're in
vocal.
broad daylight and they come out, well, then now you have to test your theory. Can you shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and just get away with it like you assert that you can? And maybe you could on Fifth Avenue, but I don't know if you could do it because I'm here in Canada. You
Right,
know,
right.
it does
Yeah.
it does complicate that just a little bit. I don't know.
She's threatened me
Oh,
myself.
I'm sure. I'm
Oh,
sure.
I'm sure you know. You know, she said some pretty nasty things about me. But that's why I've made, you know, myself a lot more public.
It's
Well,
becoming a Streisand effect for her because the more she harasses the you and the outside people, it just makes her look more guilty. It makes her look more nefarious. So it's kind of interesting to me the way she's going about this. I find that really interesting too, because like I said in my thing, she could have literally just said, "Okay, I understand how you feel, but I think we need to part ways." Been gracious about it, left your testimony on her page free, and then moved on.
yeah,
No,
Moved
but
on.
remember,
Great. She
remember.
didn't have to announce anything. You weren't going to
no.
say anything.
I wasn't. And to that point, I want to make very clear, even though I felt as though, you know, she had an ulterior motive, I was going to leave things amicable because if there is this UN case and if they need some of my testimony, help, further help, you know, whatever, I was still willing to do that, even though we didn't align anymore. But yes, the soon as I broke away, then it became a series of seemingly trying to discredit me when this whole time we've been working together. And each time that I would make a little bit of progress, I would just be straightforward on this. I did not enjoy Lisa's company. I did not enjoy being around her. I did not enjoy the ways she communicates. So I didn't do it very much. I had the idea, okay, perhaps she's just a person that is difficult to be around. Maybe she is being difficult in real time. She has her own methodology of thinking, but perhaps she is doing these things behind the scenes because this is public. Other people are hearing this too. So it's kind of a whopper to put out there if you're not doing these things. So I said, okay, I can concentrate on doing the social media thing and trying to answer questions, put myself out there that way, and just focus my efforts there. And if her efforts become fruitful, great. If my efforts become fruitful, great. We don't necessarily have to work together as a team and, you know, hold hands and sing kumbaya in order to achieve some results. So it's been a split the whole way, but it's been interesting because each time, like I'll tell you this, I have these. She went back yesterday and started deleting them, the messages that she sent. Unfortunately for her, I have them all screenshotted from a long time ago. So she can delete
Survivors
away.
know how to keep track of paperwork, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. But oh, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
You're
I love talking to you. It's so much fun. I'm a little nervous. I haven't
I am too,
really
just a little
interviewed
bit.
anybody before. This is like my first foray into this, so I apologize if you guys are getting mad at me. I'm not trying to interrupt or
Oh,
I'm just so
you're good.
excited to talk to you, Sasha, because I just feel like you're such an eloquent, well-spoken, level-headed person. And I feel like this is exactly what you needed, to be out here and just casually talking and telling people how you feel about it, because they're getting to know you, you know, and you seem to me like a really fun person to be around. You're funny. Like I said, you speak really well. You know your shit. You know your
Thank
shit backwards and forwards. So anyone coming in here being like, "Oh, Sasha's a liar," fuck you. Okay? Fuck you.
Thank
Because
you.
you're lying. You're a
appreciate
stupid
that.
idiot. He is obviously very well spoken, and clearly you've been like in it, you know? You've been really paying attention to all these little details.
Well,
And I'm curious, I guess, how do you feel about, like, I know we've talked about how you feel about like some of these mainstream people, and we're not really sure when Brandy's going to drop an interview of
No.
any kind. We know
Talked
that
to her
she's
last
editing,
Thursday.
she's working and all that stuff, but I guess what I want to know is, what are you hoping to get out of this as a whole, as far as like, I obviously justice for the survivors, no doubt, but
No.
what is there anything that you personally would help you move on, or would help you heal, would help you in any way? Like, is there anything that you feel like you want out of this in particular, I guess?
Just the truth to come out. You know, I've been saying the same thing for so long that it's been more than a little soul crushing, you know, to come out. And I want to say, you know, my experience in that isn't terribly unique. Brandy asked me a very good question, stopped me in my tracks. And I hope I'm not stepping on her toes, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. She said, "What happens if nothing happens?"
That's a good question.
It is a great question. And usually, whatever the question is, I can, you know, start going with it. But I didn't have an answer for that one. She said, "What if you've done all of this and nothing happens?" And I really have been thinking about that since she said that. And my answer to her at the time, and it kind of is still the same answer, is I guess I'm just going to feel like everybody else that has ever come forward and been dismissed by the system. The only difference will be I will have done it publicly. I mean, on a large scale, you know, not just down at the police station or at the hospital or whatever. So I think that it's important to kind of talk about that, because that system does that to so many people. You know, they say, you know, well, there's just not enough. Well, how much evidence do you need? There was a kit done. You know, we have DNA here, you know, but how often does that go unpunished or unresolved for the person?
Yeah.
And we've allowed that to become such an ingrained part of our system that now it just happens regularly. And it seems to be happening so regularly that we'll just excuse it, period.
Yeah.
You know, and where does that leave us as a society? Because it is obviously breaking us down, you know, who we are.
Yeah.
So that's been, I don't know, but what I really want out of it is the other half of those Epstein files to drop. And then I want to see how much cognitive dissonance these people have. You know, if they see video of him actually doing these things, you know, just redacted to the point where you can't see it as CSAM, would that be enough? You know, you hear the cries, the screams of some of these children, you know, and they like to use underage girls. The hell does that mean? Some of these people are 3, 2, 4 years old.
Yeah.
They are children. And even at 17, if you're talking about, and that's a difference too. If a 19-year-old is dating a 17-year-old, there's nothing gross going on. But if a 17-and-a-half-year-old is dating a 60-year-old, now we've got an issue, guys, you know?
Yeah.
And I think some conversations need to happen there. You know, we need to be realistic about us as humans. Like I've said many times, I believe in what we used to call the drink and drive rule. If one of the parties can drink and the other one can't drive, now we've got an issue. That's just too big of an age difference.
Mm-hmm.
But we're clearly outside of all of that.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
and
a systemic problem, no doubt. Like,
yeah.
Because it's not just you, and it's not just Virginia, it's not just for Maria, it's me, and it's Troy, and it's everyone in this chat, and this is a thing that affects every single person, definitely in this country, and at this point, maybe this planet. And
yes, it does.
And I agree with you. Like, if there's any, that's what I've been racking my brain for months now. Is just like, what do I do? how can I help the best that I can to get these things out, to get exposure, to get these people to pay for what they've done, and accountability, to stop child trafficking completely. Like,
Right.
I'm just a nobody. I'm just a random person. And I think everybody feels that way, but the power is in our voice. The power is in our community. The more and more people that come and surround you with support and share your story and share other people's story, I just hope in my deep in my heart that that's enough. You know, I want that to be enough for us to be able to somehow fight this because
this is that first step. This is the first step right here. This interview right here is that first step.
I can't tell you the number of times something has happened, and I've said, I'll give you one of the more recent things when they started blowing up boats in the Caribbean. I said, well, I know the laws as far as they pertain to war crimes. We had to study that stuff. And when you commit what is literally the textbook definition of a war crime, they list out, you know, double tapping a boat after it's no longer a threat as being one of the most clear examples of a war crime in our training manuals. I thought, this is going to get them. There's no way. This is on an international scale. We've got the UN, we've got the ICC. They're going to impose trade sanctions. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And they didn't. You know, so I think for all Americans, just watching any administration be able to flaunt the law the way that this one has is incredibly dangerous. I don't care if you're on the red team or the blue team. And they like to say, well, yeah, but Obama carried out surgical strikes. He did this, he did that. I don't know if I agree with all those strikes either. But, you know, Taft may have done some things too. That doesn't make what's going on right now okay. You know?
That's always the
Andrew
argument,
Johnson was a
unfortunately.
horrible, yeah.
We keep blaming the other side, and at the end of the day, that's not really going to serve anybody. It's not going to help us. And until we just, you know, don't get me wrong, there are people that I won't have in my life because they're not safe people. You know, there's a lot of unsafe people, but I'm not going to split hairs at this point. I don't think any of us should, when this is literally us versus the big guys. That's what it is. It's the American people versus the system. And if people can't start really getting on board with that, I'm a little concerned. You know, I'm worried because, you know, reasonable, logical people like us, we look at this and we're like, how in the hell can this guy possibly not be arrested yet? How can he not possibly be impeached yet? It makes no sense. Any other president in the history of our country would have done one of these things and been impeached.
Because Donald Trump's only in the middle.
What's that?
There are people way above Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the end all.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with you. He is the highest figure I have ever seen. And, you know, I was clear on that I never thought it was just him, you know, but the one point that I made very clear before any of those Epstein files came out, months and months and months, was that higher on the totem pole, so to speak, than Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump. And I said, I don't know how many times he's going to be every other name in those files. Right. You watch. And they did everything they could to redact him out of it to their best ability. And he's in there so often that there's no way to release hardly any of it without seriously implicating him. You know, and that should give people pause. You know, I wish these people would just slow down for a minute instead of just regurgitating whatever they've been fed through meme conditioning and just objectively look at that. You know, if you're mentioned more times in a particular document than God is mentioned in the Bible, you probably had something to do with that, buddy.
Or Harry Potter is mentioned in the Harry Potter books. I heard that from a senator too. I was like, that's such a good metaphor to use though, because it really puts it into perspective. I mean, I think the count is what, 38,000 times? I feel like it's
I've heard different numbers, but that was admitted to on the floor of Congress. I know that number was verified as a minimum point.
Yeah.
You know, we don't even know.
Well, let's be clear. The public can see 38,000 mentions of Trump in the Epstein file, but you really have to ask yourself, Do I believe Donald Trump, patterned liar, or do I believe somebody like Jamie Raskin, who says that when seeing behind the redactions, they see over 1 million mentions of Donald Trump? And if that's the case, and you decide that you believe Raskin, then that means that at best we're working with maybe 3.8% of Donald Trump's full mentions in full context that we've seen, which means that literally 96%-ish of the ways that Trump is implicated in the Epstein files are not viewable to the public.
And there's a reason for that.
So,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I believe Jeffrey Epstein when he said that Donald Trump is the worst of the worst. And I would ask people to just simmer on that for a second. If Jeffrey Epstein is creeped out by you and Jeffrey Epstein doesn't want to party with you, how bad are you?
Right.
I mean, we've all seen what Jeffrey Epstein did. He was burning people with the magnifying glass and keep it going from there. Man, how bad do you have to be? You know, when Jeffrey
The worst
Epstein has
person in the
decided
world
that
is
you're bad
calling
enough.
you the worst person in the world, and you should
Yes.
really think about that. Like, I agree. And like you said, there's two. It's not possible that 3 people were doing this. It's not possible that 5 people were doing this, and it's definitely not possible that only 2 people were running it. Because
No.
I believe, like Troy and many of you here, there's different levels of who's involved and where they're at on the totem pole, and what your recollection is just as important as what people believe. But either way, it took a massive, enormous amount of people to keep this operation running for that long and not get caught.
From all
In
over
every
around the
facet
world.
of the government, in every facet of our country, it had to have been a massive, massive operation. And maybe that's what is the worst part about it in their mind of releasing everything, because if they release everything, like, there's going to be nobody left. Like, right?
You may be correct. You may be correct. You know, and I've been vocal, particularly here lately, about the crocodile tears of the Democrats. You know, clearly the Republicans are running cover. There is no getting around that fact. But I would challenge these tearful, we sure wish somebody would do something. You're somebody. It's your job to do the thing. You know, what are you doing? Y'all had the majority. You know, you had a 50-50 split in the Senate. You had the House, but you had the executive branch, and the DOJ falls under that. Why could you not prosecute a single solitary person? Not one. And I do not believe for 1 second that those poor sweet Democrats are just babes in the woods, and they have no idea what's going on around them. They've just never even heard a single story, and this is all brand new to them. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Absolutely not.
There's something above, being a Democrat and a Republican, because power will always protect power, and that comes before party.
Yeah.
I do want to ask, just because, so, you know, I debate Epstein a lot here on these TikTok live, and constantly, right, one of the most consistent MAGA debate points, if you will, is the Democrats, you know, had these files for 4 years under Biden. They could have done something, and on and on. I do wonder what you make, because certain things that are not open to debate, right? Like, it is under Biden that we got the Senate Intel Finance Committee led by Senator Ron Wyden, right? Which then arguably is one of the most important parts of this investigation, right? Looking at the money trail. We did also see Maxwell go down. She was tried, she was convicted, she was duly punished, although this administration has subverted said punishment. But more than that, I wonder specifically about 2 arrests that happened at the very end of Biden's term. We saw Mike Jeffries go down, right, in November of 2024, who was the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, also appointed by Les Wexner around the same time that Epstein would have taken over his finances. He went down for human trafficking with his husband and another male co-conspirator. Also, a couple of weeks ago, we just saw a conviction of the Alexander brothers. Have you guys heard that story? There's that claim in the Epstein files, and in December of 2024, that arrest occurred. You know, and I know basically those are cases that I think the public didn't understand were Epstein file cases, if you will, because the conversation hadn't kind of come back into fruition. But I do wonder, like, what you, any of you, but especially you, of course, Sasha, what you make of maybe those arrests. Do you see that maybe there might have been a little bit more effort with the previous administration, even if it wasn't a transparent one, let's say, or clearly an Epstein one?
To be honest with you, it looked performative. It looked like we have done something, but we didn't do what should have been done. And power protecting power, just like you've talked about, I do think it scoops up most of them. And I don't believe for a second that all of these congressmen are guilty of malfeasance to the degree that say Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein are. But I think that most of them have done things that prevent them from having the ability to do the right thing.
Right.
You know, almost all of them are insider trading. We watch them do it. You know, what do you mean there were, $2 billion worth of trades done 15 minutes before Donald Trump makes an announcement? You know, they used to prosecute, Martha Stewart would like a word, might have been the last rich person to really go down for that, but that's clearly insider trading.
Was Bernie Madoff before her or after her?
Bernie,
before.
Man, that's a good question. I think she was before.
Let me see.
Bernie might have been before.
I know one was before the other. I just can't remember the thing.
I'll look it up.
But I would say I would say those two were the most recent. That was still years and years ago. That was still quite a long time ago that happened and all.
Martha was first, and holy shit, that was so much longer ago than I remembered. She was indicted in 2003, convicted in 2004, and then Madoff would have been
December
of 2008.
Right.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah, right around the crash, of course.
Old.
Oh, yeah. Well, they facilitate that crash, and they don't care because they are insulated by moving the money around because they know mathematically when those crashes are going to happen. And I will say this, as a person that is fairly gifted in mathematics, I see some anomalies going on with the market that just don't make a lot of sense, but what I know is that you can only kick that can so many times. It eventually becomes a landmine and blows up. So it's going to blow up on the American people. These rich people, they're insulated through all of their wealth. They'll move it around. They'll do this. They'll do that. They'll be fine. It's the American people, once the economy crashes, that are going to suffer. And going right back to character, you're talking about the same man that campaigned in 2015-16, saying that he was going to pay off the national debt. Now we're $39 trillion in debt. Just got over $1 trillion worth of assets wiped out in the Middle East. I would say I have seen an estimate as high as $2.5 trillion worth of equipment loss thus far. So that's a lot.
I think he plays. I think his rich buddies get mad at him when he makes silly, impulsive decisions like this war. And then they're like, what the hell are you doing? You're literally going to bankrupt everybody, you idiot. Yes. And he's like, oh, everything's fine. We won. And I think that's all for the market. It's like he does it at certain days and times.
Oh, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He likes to do it. Seems to be a pattern. He gets his lies ready on the weekend while he's playing golf with his buddies. By Monday, we've got some market manipulation. By Friday, when the market's closed, then we do our really nefarious war crimes, and that's happened more than once.
Yeah. And you can't tell me that he's not giving everybody around him a little tip or a heads up or people that he wants to keep loyal,
The market sure is having some huge swings financially with money being moved around right before he makes his statements. And if that doesn't look a little suspicious to people, well, then they don't know what the hell they're looking at.
Well, the common thread with survivors is follow the money. Every single one of them have said that. You've said it. They've all said it. Follow the money. I'm not good at math. So I'm better with English and those kind of things. I'm not good at math. So I have only been able to follow people that are following the money. But I'd like to know, what's going on with Senator Wyden's office?
that's a name that Lise liked to throw around.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm working with Senator Wyden's office, and I will tell you that I did do another deposition with the House Oversight Committee, just the aides. It was a phone conversation that lasted an hour or two. They had questions, I answered them. But as far as anybody, a couple of House members have made contact. I have spoken back with them. There has been no follow-on from there. I have not spoken directly to most of these agencies. Lise was saying that she had, but what is going on? I have the same question.
Well, I
You
got a
know, what are we
bombshell
doing?
for you guys for real quick. I called Senator Wyden's office Friday morning,
All
and
right.
they've never heard of her.
I have.
They've
also
never heard of
spoken
Lise. Okay,
with them.
now I'm not the only one that's saying that she has said that publicly, that she has contacted Senator Wyden's office.
Yep.
So that's interesting.
I asked if
I've
they'd
caught
have
her in
any
a number of other lies,
communication,
too.
if they would be willing to tell me. The assistant was really sweet on the phone. She was like, I don't recall, that's a very unique name, and I don't recall her calling. I've been here this whole time. I don't see it. She looked through the phone book to see if she had left a message. She couldn't find anything. That doesn't mean she didn't. I'm not saying she didn't.
Right. But
I'm just saying I called that office and they told me that they don't know who she is.
I have spoken with some members of Congress that I will not specifically name by name, but it has been confirmed to me that that she did reach out, but there was no response back, and that was on purpose.
Well,
Interesting.
it is interesting.
I submitted.
I think she may have a
my
credibility
on
issue.
March 2nd, way before she even tried any of this.
So
And for the record, just in case the audience wants to know or cares, the only thing that I know of in terms of the investigation and Wyden currently goes, last I read, is that he was trying to look at how, I want to say it was in 2016, the DEA was looking at Epstein in terms of rug trafficking, if you will.
Right.
And basically, basically he was money elling, right, and trafficking rugs, and he wanted the files on that. And then ultimately, Todd Blanche, the same one who went down to Florida and had that really controversial interview with Ms. Maxwell, basically stepped in and blocked that, which is dubious to say the least.
that's a good word for all of it.
Yeah. Nefarious might be more appropriate because I do think everybody has a motivation that's involved in this situation. And whether it be they're being threatened or blackmailed or paid, I think everybody has skin in the game. And that's why you're not seeing pushback, even Democrats. Both sides of the aisle, everybody has skin in this game.
Well,
I have a little question that's...
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
I'm so sorry, Sasha.
You're fine.
Sort of just related to the potential, let's say, for bad actors inside the House that are complicit in covering this up, but also people who are very directly related to your story. Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan. Agree or disagree? Your story went viral, let's say, middle of January. Do you remember kind of the date that it really hit off?
I could look through my phone because I could tell you the exact date if
You
by
don't
looking
have
through my
to.
phone, because as soon as it went viral, the next communication I had with Lise is she said, in order for the safety of the survivors, I've got this screenshotted, we need you to be completely radio silent for 48 hours. And we all know how the news cycle works, right? 48 hours, it's on to the next, buddy. Probably 24 hours.
Yeah,
So-
on TikTok, that's
Well-
for sure. Maybe 2 hours.
Well,
Right.
the bigger reason that I ask is because I feel like I was able to piece together that it would have been somewhere around January 11th, January 12th, somewhere in there.
right.
Is because like you said earlier, right? It kind of sat around on Substack for a couple of months, didn't get a lot of traction. Then all of a sudden it explodes. But the reason I'm asking is because what I find interesting is that Congressman Biggs on January the 13th, so this would have been about a day or so after your story went very viral. It's still up. I looked for it before the slide, but on like basically his website, he put out a PR statement, and the headline is Congressman Biggs applauds House passage of his legislation combating exploitation of children. Again, this would have been on January the 13th of this year. I won't read all of it because it's long, but Congressman Biggs' coercion and SA Free Environment C-Safe Act was adopted unanimously by the House of Representatives. Congressman Biggs issued the following statement. Quote, the passage of my C-Safe Act delivers long overdue legal clarity and serious consequences for criminals who coerce and exploit children. The internet has become a hunting ground for predators who use manipulation, coercion, and psychological warfare to target children in the darkest ways imaginable. For too long, gaps in federal law have allowed these offenders to hide behind screens, anonymity, and outdated statutes while young lives are shattered. The C-Safe Act closes those gaps and gives law enforcement the clear authority necessary to hunt down and prosecute those who exploit children. You can imagine my shock after hearing your claims, right, about a damn day later, landing on that, on this PR blurb, which then led me, because I didn't know this before your testimony, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much, Sasha, but
you're fine.
I don't even know if you saw that, but then right after I saw that, it led me to congress.gov, and I landed on this page from, let's see here, this would have been February the 27th of last year, so not long after Trump retook office. There exists on congress.gov something called Protecting Victims of Human Trafficking and Online Exploitation, and that's the committee looking into this. And guess who heads both committees germane to this? Jim Jordan, main committee, Andy Biggs, subcommittee. Just FYI, Jim with like 30 people beneath him, his committee is a little smaller, but regardless, shocking.
I named them formally named them in 2020 or 2021. I did a sworn deposition, not a Substack. I went down to the police station. That transpired. I initially reached out to the FBI. FBI told me to take it to local law enforcement. I reached out to them. They went to OSBI, which is, their Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, kind of their version of the FBI. So that has been in the overall testimony for 5 years. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that if you are a named defendant, so to speak, in a lawsuit, you can't adjudicate it. That's not okay within the parameters of the law. So I question that, along with where is that deposition? It was done. The police say it was done. Where is it? Even if you say, fine, I don't believe Sasha, I don't believe a word he says. I still said the same thing back then that I said to Lise on that Substack. It should still be in there. Even if the official position of the FBI or OSBI, Lawton Police Department, whomever, dedicated resources into looking into this, there needs to be, we made this phone call, we did this, we did that, we didn't find anything, we closed the case on this date, this is the file number, this is how long we took with it, it went from here to here to here to here, chain of custody involves these people. All of that should exist regardless, because so where the hell is that?
With the other 3 million files, probably.
Yes, it's in there somewhere.
Excuse me for a brief moment. I'll be right back. Sasha, you keep talking. I'm very
fine.
Sorry. I just really have to use the bathroom, honestly. I'll be right back.
You're fine. It's part of life.
I do wonder, did either you, did yourself or did Lisa end up reaching out to OSBI or to Lawton, was it? Yeah, perhaps to try and see, because I understand why you wouldn't want to go to a federal triple letter and get your 302s, but.
Right. Well, here's the thing, and I have this screenshotted as well, where, I say, hey, I don't mind going there before I come up there and trying to get these things. And she said, I would much prefer, and I have this screenshotted, that you allow somebody else to get those. That way you aren't personally going in there and raising up a bunch of red flags. And that did seem a bit unusual to me. but it did seem a little plausible. She said, hey, I've got connections. I can get the FOIA requests. We can get that information. The important thing is to get you out of there, right? I said, okay. So for
Fair
whatever
enough.
that's worth.
It's worth plenty. It is.
Yeah.
And we'll talk offline. Maybe there's a way that I can maybe be of service of some of that, like record hunting, but we'll talk about that at a different time.
Right. So people need to understand something too that you and I have spoken about, and what I've noticed since I've been researching Lisa and the entire operation is that she controlled every single thing that you did. You didn't have the ability to speak out. You know, a lot of people have said, all throughout social media, well, why hasn't Sasha had an interview with me? I reached out to them. Or, you know, they don't understand that you did not have the ability until you had enough with her controlling you to actually tell your story your way. You know, without someone over your shoulder whispering in your ear, this is what you need to say, this is what you don't need to say.
And I've got the receipts on that.
Or not at all, right? You do. And what she did, honestly, was not okay. But I do have another question when it comes to Lisa, if you wouldn't mind asking.
Not at all.
Answering. Okay, so when she started platforming George Tonks.
Yes.
Now, George Tonks is known to be a big MAGA supporter, as is Lady Victoria Hervey, who Ann Cheever writes amazing articles on, and how she's involved in this whole situation as well, and since George has come into the picture. Now, given that George is a Trump supporter, what was odd to me was that she was representing you, who had claims against what did Donald Trump and what Donald Trump did to you. Yet she's platforming someone who not only supports Donald Trump, but has a direct line to him. And if people here don't understand that, you will in the next few days.
Do some reading.
Right. It's pretty insane. And you know, you probably aren't going to believe the words coming out of my mouth until you read it. Because George Tonks did have something to do with January 6th and the Hunter Biden laptop investigation. And
two things can be true at once.
That is
yes,
right.
They can.
Two things can be true at once. He could be telling the truth about his testimony, about his abuse, and he could also now be somebody who works for them. That is absolutely, that's more than possible. I believe that several people still involved, you know?
That's something I will disagree.
And sorry, only just because I'm getting a few texts, a few little messages. Just to clarify for any newcomers, this is absolutely Sasha Riley. Sasha tried to get up on their own account at the top of the live, but did not yet have guest access. So
I don't know if you have to have 24 hours or what, but I surpassed the 1,000 threshold and we were ready to go, but it was not letting me. So yes.
Well, we all know who controls this app, and I'm not really that surprised about it, if I'm being honest.
To be honest with you,
suppression could absolutely be the example. Yeah.
I am stunned that you have not had a single, because I guess not, because we do love the TikTok shop, especially on this live, but I'm stunned that nothing is kind of triggered here. I haven't been able to open my mouth for 10 seconds without getting a violation the last month. So lucky us.
We have a lot of great people working behind the scenes as well that I would like,
It's golf days. So, nobody's really.
True. They're all tied up at Mar-a-Lago shitting the pants.
Oh, God.
Strategizing future crimes. That's got to take up most of your time,
Well, and then that, in addition to covering up all the ones you did, and then the ones you're currently doing as well. Got a full plate, that Trump administration. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want to take a few questions from the audience. I know they've been anxious to hear some things.
Absolutely.
Maybe that this would be kind of a good time.
Make sure and get Bunny Billions up here. She's somebody who does this work every day, and I know that she's here and she's very, very interested in speaking.
So Tapley, please tell me who it would be to be good to have up here because I don't know everybody.
Why
So
don't you mod me and I'll look at the queue and I'll you out there.
Okay.
And then you can like demod me after if you'd like.
Oh no, you can just stay on it. That's fine. Hold on. Let me go to my moderators. Let me add your beautiful face. Come on. Interesting. Will it not let me do it because you're already up?
I don't know. You can just read to me. It's okay. And just tell me who's here.
Okay, so who is here right now? A Ziggy Star. Obviously, we got Ann, Case Watcher. Who did you just say? What was the name?
Let's let up for sure Bunny Billionaire or Bunny Billions, I think. And then also, if you see That's No K, who is Alex, he's wonderful and pretty popular creator here. And then also,
I follow them. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up Bunny
an L
Billionaire.
chemist.
Okay.
And you know Elle. She was kind of working on the sidelines to. Well, yeah, Troy knows Elle.
So Bunny's up. I think we should take one at a time. I think that would just keep it nice and calm. Yeah. Okay, good.
Hi, Sasha. I am so pleased to meet you. We actually just finished going through your interview with Lisa. And I would like to start by saying that I am so sorry for everything you've experienced. I am a survivor of a 30-year cycle myself. And so I do understand. It is very hard to break, and it means so much that you survived and that you're here, and the world is a better place with you in it. So a little about me. I am actually building an investigative file because I believe that something should absolutely be done about this. And I say on all of my lives that the only way something is going to happen is if we, the people, force this to happen. Yes. So if you're comfortable, I'd love to ask you some questions about your experiences.
Cool. Absolutely.
Awesome. So I know from your interview that let's start out with kind of the softball stuff. I know that Lisa said that she was going to take some of your documents and try to get it in front of some people who were investigating. And I did come in a little bit live. Could you just give me like a refresher if anything ever came of that?
Outside of the communications that we had of intent, no, not that I'm aware of. I did make some attempts to get some of the files and was surprised to learn that in some cases, CPS only keeps the files for 25 years. One of the hospitals that I was in as a child was a private hospital. They are only required to keep the files for 25 years. So they are gone. They do not exist anymore. So I know that there are some files out there, but no, we don't really have a whole lot.
So if you want to hit me up on the back end, I actually do a lot of requests like that. And I did notice while we were listening last night to your interviews that one of the private hospitals where you had made the claims against T-Daddy, I like to use code words to protect the lives, against the T-Daddy, that while they were no longer under that same behavioral health header company because they had filed bankruptcy, all of their files and everything else were transferred to a different company, which may very well have them in their repositories because it would have come over on fish scale and films, and we just have to cajole somebody in the records department to be willing to go and look through all of those films to see if they can find them. So hope is not lost there. I want to kind of reassure you on that because I know as a survivor myself, it's very difficult when the years have passed and it feels like there's nothing available to back up what you're saying anymore. So now
there is my body though. I've had numerous broken bones. Both my legs have been broken, my left arm was broken, my hands have been broken, my ribs have been broken, and I understand, I'm not a doctor either, but they can do bone scans and roughly gauge when those breaks occurred. Particularly if it's a child, prepubescent and all of that, because of how they heal.
Absolutely.
And I have some deformities. My rib cage is a little deformed. My legs are deformed. So I exist for sure.
And definitely an IME, which for those who aren't in the legal field, that's known as an independent medical exam. That would actually show all of that. You're absolutely correct. It's not uncommon, especially with a lot of resurgence of these cases, to see some of that where they're going back and they're looking at how much the bone repaired itself, where it was near the growth plate and things like that. So there are definitely options out there. So now just to kind of quail, and I'm so sorry, Savage Siren, I don't mean to take over. I have experience in interviewing victims, and so I try really hard to garner as much information as possible. And obviously this helps the plight. I think we all want to see people held accountable,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so
and he
now,
can use all the support he can get. I think.
absolutely.
I mean, like, if you and me and Troy and all these other people start really going down different types of rabbit holes and start focusing on, say, one piece of the record, we can come together and actually like put a whole puzzle together, which would be great,
Well, and what's really going to blow your mind is, Tapley is a mutual with me and has kind of been along for this ride. We've been at this for, I guess, almost 3 months now, going through the files. We've been through nearly 1 million pages at this point, and interviews and everything else. I myself have been through more than 1 million pages. And I don't think that the government is being honest with us about the number of records we've received, because if you look, there are so many redundancies, and they're saying that there were 6 million independent files, right? There were 6 million pages of independent files. And yet when we go through the 3.5 million tranche that they've already given us, you have at least a 30 to 40% duplication rate, which means that we've really only gotten 60 to 70% of the actual records. So there is far more than 3.5 million independent records still out there. And I think that they do contain the things that involve the T-Daddy and involve some of these higher ups that would, quote unquote, as Bondi said, crumble the system, right? So let's dispel with some of the naysayers, because in my line of work, we deal a lot with that, right? People coming back and saying, oh, no, you're lying, when I'm doing plaintiff work. So a lot of people are saying, oh, that's not true. It doesn't add up. Why wouldn't this have happened? And so I kind of did that a little bit while we were reviewing yours. So if it's okay, and if you're comfortable, if you're not comfortable, if anytime you become uncomfortable, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So you mentioned that you had CPS involvement in Texas and in Oklahoma, right?
No, Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama. CPS got involved in all 3 places. Law enforcement got involved in all 3 places, and law enforcement got involved in Florida.
Was there an explanation given to you in your youth as to why nothing was ever done from that?
So I didn't have enough socialization to really even understand how life worked. Until I was really, I didn't become like a I don't know how to put it, functioning member of society until I started boxing. And at that point, the only reason that I kind of came out and started participating in society is because I had some success there. Prior to that, I knew no other existence outside of how I lived, and really the only thing that I knew was that the people that had money could do essentially whatever they wanted, and then there were people like me who were at their beck and call. That was just my reality. So I didn't know enough about how life worked to even begin advocating for myself. I had no idea.
So do you think it was just more a situation of the powers that be smoothing things over with those agencies in order to keep you in the entire scheme?
To a degree, yes. but I do know that at the time, and this is looking back. At the time, I did not know this, but looking back, we moved constantly. We moved at least 3 or 4 times when we were in Texas. We only lived in one place in Tennessee, but we only lived there for a year and a half, maybe. Alabama, we moved 3 different places. So we were constantly moving around. He did have some connections. William Kyle did. CIA connections, government connections, things like that helped him stay ahead of the law, but he was still running. So looking back, part of it was they are very clever at using jurisdictional limitations to allow them to commit crimes. You know, one of the things that my adoptive father would do is he liked to work in a whole nother state than he lived.
Sure.
So when when he's living in Georgia, he's driving through Tennessee to go to Kentucky to do his 2-week shift of his life flight. And a lot of that has to do with makes it very hard to prosecute somebody, or in order to kind of get away from law enforcement, you just change jobs and work in Missouri instead.
Well, and of course, back
So,
then it wasn't as easy to track people. It was
yes.
more based on, where are you working at versus where do you live? That's why there became such a great need as contractors became more prevalent to be able to kind of track people. So tell me, did your moving around, did it coincide with these visits and interaction with law enforcement and CPS?
To some degree, yes. Okay, I can tell you that Texas, there were attempts made on my life. There was an instance where they tossed me down a flight of stairs, fractured my skull. That landed me in the hospital. That generated
A CPS report, sure.
yes, and law enforcement interceded in that instance. I don't have a clear recollection of I'm below 9 years old at this point.
Right.
So we moved to Tennessee, where I make my first film. So that is significant because the parents, or at least one parent of the other child that I was filmed with, went to jail. They identified the features of the basement of their house where we filmed this, and that was enough circumstantial. They didn't get our faces in the camera, but there was enough that they could identify the child and the place. So when we left from Tennessee, it was to get away from that. As soon as they got to a point in that investigation where they weren't actively charging William Kyle and Mary Lynn, we rolled out to Alabama. And I do know that some of that investigation followed us down to Alabama. I just remember Bill and Lynn talking about how they dodged the bullet, because they thought once they got to Alabama that the investigation was over, and it wasn't quite over just yet. So it followed them down there. And as far as the moving around in Alabama, it may have had something to do with that investigation following them. So I believe, and this is my childhood memory, I believe what they did was contact CPS, some of the law enforcement agencies, wherever we were living in Alabama to begin with. That would have been, I think, Enterprise. We moved to another place in Enterprise. The second place we lived in Alabama was definitely Enterprise. But I think that they were moving jurisdictions, trying to just find some place that would not really pursue it. We finally landed in New Brockton. And that was the end of it. But yes, they were moving to try to stay ahead of the law.
So essentially, when it followed you to Alabama, they were close enough that they called down and said, hey, you need to go check out this family. They just moved in the midst of this investigation.
Yes, that absolutely happened. And I can tell you, remembering, Lynn was kind of stupid. She thought, we do one thing and it just all goes away. Bill was scared shitless. He wasn't, he's much more intelligent, or he was much more intelligent, at least as it pertains to kind of how things work. So there was a lot of fear there that they were going to go to jail. And I didn't even know, exactly what they were afraid of, or if I, was involved in all of it or not. Because separate of me, you have to understand that both of those people are criminals too, outside of trafficking me. So, you know,
Sure.
that could, muddy the water a little bit too.
So now, did you ever have any encounters with Epstein himself?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, and I've been very clear on this. I remember meeting Ghislaine one time, only once. The only thing that I remember about her is that she had this really nervous laugh. And when we left, Lynn and Bill were talking to each other, and both of them were creeped out by her. I can remember Jeffrey Epstein's name, and I can vaguely, and I mean just vaguely, remember him being at one of those parties, meeting him, talking to my dad. I cannot tell you what transpired in that. I have the clearer recollection of Ghislaine just because when we were driving there to make that the meeting, her name being unusual, Lynn kept asking. She didn't want to screw it up. She was afraid of getting the name wrong.
Sure.
And, the reason that it stood out in my mind was that I could tell whoever this Ghislaine person was a higher person than my adoptive parents. And why that sticks out is, okay, the higher up you go, the more evil these people are. So anytime we were going to somebody that was kind of at the station of my adoptive parents, there might be some safety there. Anytime that we were going someplace where they felt as though they needed to provide respect for the people, these were elevated people. So now my adrenal glands are open. Now I'm paying attention because those are the dangerous people. I understood that from at least 8 or 9 years old on.
Okay. And so I've had inclinations, if I can share with you, that, we made our way through all of the files of what they took from, the properties and everything else. And I made note during my lives that they took an awful lot of servers capable of hosting dark websites and things like that. Do you think that there's a possibility? Because I know that you said that one of your enlisted brothers had a video that involved you. Do you think that your videos could have been part of that scheme of the trading of snuff films and sea corn and things like that?
In the earlier days, absolutely it was. It had some popularity. The film that got passed around in the Army, I know which scene it was because of it being described to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the scene that was the most popular was the scene with me and Samantha. And the reason is we really liked each other and we were having sex with each other offline, because it's fun. And we had that same kind of interaction on film. And that it was like throwing chum in the water. It scared my adoptive family because of the popularity. So I know at least in the early days, absolutely it was in there. And I know that it still existed up until about 2009 and here's another thing. I don't know how those military guys got that film. I assumed, as most people would, that they were just surfing online, stumbled across it. Now they share it. But that may or may not have been the case. I don't know how they got it.
Well, a
But
lot of that material, they say the internet is forever, and you have to remember that. Even in the early days when, you have things like all of those servers hosting sites that all you need is the web address. It's not a publicly disseminated address. You have to know the web address to get to the server. You have to have a password to get logged in. And then once it gets logged in, what you'll find time after time is they farm those videos, and they'll take those videos after they've farmed them and they will put them into servers on the dark web, and they will sell them over 10,000 times over And people, we often forget that, individuals like yourself, every time that video is viewed, you're re-victimized, because you have to relive that moment.
It caused an incident
So
in the
just
Army.
quick interruption here, just to thank the audience. 1 million. What a big deal. Thank you all so very much for doing that for Siren, doing that for Sasha. You guys really helped with exposure today. We have 100 or 1.6K viewers. We cannot thank you enough for coming out to show some support. And just also a quick interruption here, only because we're talking about the timeline, right? Whenever cohorts at his base came for, or basically went down for spreading around CSAM. That is not open to debate. It was something long before I ever knew anything or was connected personally to Sasha. You can go back and look. There exists in the archives a Denver Post article that lays it all out for you in the same year at the same base that Sasha alleges. Headline, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's called 2 Carson Soldiers Arrested on Child Porn Charges. And it details how 2 younger 20 males, one of them named Micah, one named Michael, were both arrested, and that they were, basically the charge was exploitation of minors for spreading the CSAM. And another investigator on the internet went and corroborated the conversation that Sasha alleged in their testimony that went very viral, right? Which is that Sasha was approached at the base, said that they, were recognized on one of these tapes, and it's the commanding officer. Is that correct, Michael Bayless? Is that his title?
He was a first sergeant. So your highest enlisted member is a first sergeant. I was enlisted. So typically, if the crime, even though I wasn't being charged, or if the incident or whatever it involves enlisted, first sergeant handles that. If it's an officer, if it's a lieutenant or somebody, the commander would handle that. So the person that I remember speaking to was First Sergeant Bayless. But I very likely don't remember, but did speak to the commander. I just don't have a clear recollection of it, like I do with First Sergeant Bayless, who also, to your point, talked about it. So
yeah, and
yes.
that was my big point, is that another investigator reached out to Bayless on Facebook and got him, asked, confirm or deny, were you at this base during this timeline? Do you remember overhearing this conversation? And the answer was a hard yes across the board. And on top of that, Bayless also had listened to Sasha's testimony and was deeply disturbed by it, and didn't say that this was something that could. Yeah, what's up, Bunny?
Will you send that to me on the back end? I'd love to add it to my investigative file.
I'll be happy to. I've got all the files. And then on top of that, just for bonus points, what I found after I found this article was a summary disposition from 2011. Okay. And the summary disposition is basically detailing Micah's appeal, right? So we can see in this summary disposition that in 2011, he had gone through a USCMJ trial for this and ultimately got punished in some way. However, we can find no other record, so we don't really know exactly what basically the sentence was.
I can speak a little bit on that. So
please.
You might not be able to find much of a record, because depending on how it was adjudicated, they have 2 different avenues. If it rises to a level that they need to get civilian authorities involved, now you've got a clear paper trail, right, through the civilian courts. If it's UCMJ, or Uniform Code of Military Justice, that's within the military. You're not going to be able to get those files from, a police report. So that doesn't mean they don't exist. There should be now if it's just an Article 15, which is a lower level of punishment, that goes away after a while. I don't know that they'll keep that. But a court martial,
they don't.
A court martial will be in some record somewhere. And I know what his punishment was, is he got kicked out of the military. So regardless of any of the rest of it, that chapter paperwork, you get a chapter 14 or whatever, chapter 11, where they kick you out of the military, it has to say why. They can't just put because we wanted to, so it'll have the different violations that he had, but you have to request those records through the military.
And the challenge is getting them to approve that FOIA.
Yes.
Because you have to
Yes, it
remember
is.
that typically in those situations, it's the same as we saw in the older millennial situation with the investment thing and the
Mhm.
stuff that happened with Joffrey. You know, you can't get that if they don't want to give it to you, right?
Right.
Because it's just between you and them, like his DUI that he got when he was on base in Japan. Nobody gets that except for him and the higher ups in the military. That's all, you know, kind of kept under wraps.
Well, and for the record, when I found this summary disposition, it was on the DOJ's website. And I found this in like on or around January the 23rd. And then I kind of put it to, I followed it as long as I could, right? And hit a brick wall and kept it moving to something else. And then a couple weeks later, I was on a TikTok live in which Sasha's name got brought up, and I was just listening. And it occurred to me that I hadn't even spoken about the summary disposition that I had found yet. So I get up on the panel, I explain what I had found, I go to look for it. I go to see who the last person or the last time I engaged with it, and it was to my co-investigator, Kate. And I saw, you know, oh, I sent it to her on this date, January the 23rd or whatever. Looked at it since, and it live in real time on camera on this panel. I go to click the link, removed from the DOJ website, and I panicked because I couldn't remember if I had screenshot it or not. And then I was like, why the hell would this document that's existed since 2011 in the last couple of weeks, like since, you know, Sasha's story started to come out public, why did it disappear from that website? It was really weird to me.
It
good
disappeared because it was originally released under the cover of public interest. They usually will do that the same as they do with like the clergy in the Catholic Church and things like that. It's a way to kind of take the edge off for the public's outrage over it. But once Sasha came out with their story and started providing that information and the heat was on T Daddy, they pulled that document to keep it from being found by others.
Interesting.
Whoops. That makes a ton of sense, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I didn't understand procedurally. That's kind of how things go, but that's in the world.
Right. This will easily
The
go down
point
as
is,
one of the world's largest cover-ups ever.
absolutely. And the whole point of going through the minutia of all of that is, again, just to add a little bit of substantiation, some corroboration to Sasha's testimony. I mean, these are, again, artifactory items that show that this did, at minimum, right? The base of Sasha's claim happened in the timeline that they say, in the year that they say, the base that they mentioned.
Well, and remember,
And
this
somebody
is so,
asked down in the
I'm sorry.
audience, the names would be, don't be sorry at all. The two names of the perps would be Micah with an H, Micah Rochet, Rochet, and Michael Morris. The names of these two individuals.
Spell the Rochet again. R-O.
Rochet. And then that Denver Post article, again, 2 Carson soldiers arrested on child porn charges.
Okay.
And it's altogether possible. It's more than possible. The group of people that was sharing that was much larger than the one person that got in trouble in my unit. So, you know, they may have been distributing and doing all of this stuff. Maybe that's where the soldier in my unit that got very likely UCMJ action, got picked up in that. But yes, you know, there was a whole thing. It was a large investigation. That's why I got pulled in. Typically, you know, on something that's not as big of a deal, commander and first sergeant just handle that. Soldier gets disciplined. That's the end of the story. But I do know that, you know, and this is a limited recollection. We're talking 15-year-old memories or so, that it was a process that happened over time, because the soldier that got put out in my unit, initially they knew that he had some of that while he was deployed, and we came home, or they came home. I missed that deployment. I had a broken leg. And then that investigation, you know, went through its process, and he was put out of the military. So yes, that's probably all the same investigation involving the same incident, just, you know, different people.
Do you know, well, I mean, you would know. Did they send you, after they found that video of you, did they send you for any psychiatric care where there would be
No.
a record in your military? They didn't do anything to assist you?
No. It wasn't the focal point of that investigation. I was just an ancillary confirmation of the age of the participants in the film, because I can recall the conversation that First Sergeant Bayless and I had. I get called into the commander's office. Now you got to understand, I have no idea what's going on, and when you get called into the commander's office, it's not usually a good thing. You know, they don't want to, you know, give you a hug and, you know, anything like that.
Right.
You're usually in trouble. So I walk in, that, you know, a little upset. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I didn't do it. And, you know, First Sergeant Bayless he's no, you're not in trouble. And I can remember him blushing and saying, we have got some video evidence of child sexual abuse material, and the images of one of the actors in there looks like you. And I can remember pausing because I didn't know, you know, what to say next. And I said, okay, yes, it probably is me. Or initially he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And I said, you know, I kind of knew where that was going. And he then said that second statement, we have found this. And after that, there was a pause, you know, while I kind of collect myself a little bit. You know, this is the first time that I have spoken about this publicly, you know, and I just said, yes, you know, I had to do those things when I was a child. And he said, well, you're not in any trouble. We just need to know about how old you were when you did that. And I could remember close enough that I was about 11 or 12 when I filmed that film with Samantha. And it was the only time that I recall being filmed with an African-American girl.
Okay. So I know that you said that during the filming period that they were doing the CSAM with you guys and the C-Corn, that 3 women, and I'm choosing my words very carefully because of the TikTok, but that 3 young ladies involuntarily expired in your presence. And I think people are really curious as to what happened to the remains. Can you tell us a little bit more about how those scenes played out?
Okay, so I was around quite a bit of death. As from my perspective, I was forced to do cleanup. So from the blood and stuff like that, I took care of that. But as far as removal of the victims and how they were disposed of, I don't know. I do know that at one point during one of those shoots, there was a small backhoe. And I didn't see them bury anybody. I don't know. To me, that's probably, you know, it's got to be what they were using. So they just take the bodies, the remains out, use the backhoe, dig the hole, and get rid of them.
Sure.
So that is, I never, other than Samantha, I cannot recall having anything to do with the disposal of the remains. With Samantha, who my adoptive parents paid for the privilege of committing that crime, I was the one that dug the hole at gunpoint.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Sasha, she was really
And we
special
do
to
love
you,
the
right?
TikTok shop, just FYI.
We
We
do.
Yeah.
love
love
the
the
TikTok shop, especially the unit-free disposable face towel.
Do
Don't
buy
Okay.
forget
chocolate.
to
Thank you,
check out my
TikTok.
TikTok shop, The Baked Bunny. Visit my TikTok shop. Get your coffee mugs. Don't forget to get your stuff. We love TikTok shop.
Sorry, I just
Yeah,
wanted to
sometimes,
point
Sasha,
out
you just
that
got to say silly stuff like that
Yeah.
in case we might overstep terms of service. Pardon me.
Oh, you're fine.
no. I just wanted to say I know that she was really important to you. Was she the one that you got the tattoo for?
Yes.
Okay. It's a beautiful tattoo. It's absolutely beautiful. It's really sweet. And I just wanted to point that out, that like, this was someone who was important to you. This was someone who meant a lot to you. And, just sit with the gravity of that for a moment,
She did more to try to protect me than really anyone that I can remember from my childhood. So she was a little bit older than me. I was in the area of 10 to 12, and she was more like 15 or 16. And she ran that brothel that she was forced to work in. She had some privileges that the rest of the people that worked there or were enslaved there, if you want to say it like it really is. But she did what she could to try to look out for people. And that wasn't much, but she tried, and she did a lot to help me navigate the kind of the pitfalls of that existence for survival. So she didn't have to. She could have been a totally different person, but she chose to.
So I noted that the target of this, because we've talked about how JE was really just kind of a small cog in the whole machine, and that DT was a little bit higher up on the food chain. He had a little bit more greater connections. And I noted that the target victim seemed to be the forgotten child. Did anybody ever come looking for Samantha afterwards?
Here's an interesting thing with Samantha. We lived in a duplex at the time in Enterprise, Alabama, on Gilbert Street, if my memory is correct. And our duplex neighbors called the police because they heard screaming. Now, the police did an investigation that included the FBI. There were some interesting things. If we could get that investigation, that would be really interesting, because
That's a
there was
FOIA
blood
request.
found in the room where they used to store us. It was like a little storage room. I don't even think it had a window, but it was a very small room. They used to lock us in there. And they found Samantha's blood in there. They found blood. It didn't match anybody in the house, but they did find that. And before the serious torture started, all Samantha had was a little plastic bag with like one change of clothes, a pair of shorts and a shirt maybe, when they got her. So they needed to get some clothes and stuff for her. And one of the people at a shoe store remembered us. We kind of stood out a little bit because we really liked each other a lot. We were laughing and giggling and having a good time. And it was just something that she kind of noticed more so than another person would have, because she was also an African American, also a slender lady. Sammy was very slight of build, so black and white, and we were laughing and giggling and having a good time. And being in South Alabama, where racism was rampant,
Oh, yeah.
I was having a conversation just yesterday about that. It probably, and this is just my speculation, probably really stood out because here kids are getting it right. We're just laughing, giggling, having a great time, and this adult probably has a much different experience in many instances with white people, particularly in 80s Alabama. I can tell you that the little hardware store in New Brockton, Alabama, that I used to hang out at because home sucked, but they had a back door, and the old black people, some of them, would stand behind the back door with their hat over their heart and not making eye contact and ask if it was okay to come in. So if you want to know how racist it was, that's how racist it was in some ways.
I'm going to interject really fast, just because I want to ask you, Sasha, how you're feeling right now. Do you need to take a bathroom break? Do you need to take a drink break? Do you need some water? Do you need anything at all? Because we've been going for almost 3 hours. Has it been 3 hours already?
Yeah, we're right
I
at
don't know
3
when we
hours.
started. I was over here
You
just
started a
about
little
to throw the
later.
phone through the wall because I
Yeah.
couldn't get it to do any of the things that I
I'm not
wanted
trying
it
to
to do.
interrupt anybody. I just want to make sure you're doing okay and you don't need to take a break because we can pause for a minute and we can, if you need to do anything.
Let's pause for just 5 minutes, and I wouldn't mind a bathroom break. I'm not desperate,
Okay.
but I could use one.
No, that's not a problem at all. And I know that we have some other people that want to ask some questions and want to chat. So and I'm
Absolutely.
sorry for cutting you off, Bunny. I
No,
think
you're
you're
fine.
brilliant. I hope we can chat afterwards.
Absolutely. If I could just say, Sasha, if you'll follow me on the back end, I would love to work with you outside of TikTok to try and rebuild your timeline. I do a lot of geolocating and things like that in building timelines. Just so you're familiar with my background, I have more than a quarter of a century working in plaintiff work for civil rights cases, Title VI, Title IX, 1983, 1985. So quite well versed in building, those back timelines and things like that. And I would love the opportunity to work with you to kind of build back your timeline and see if maybe we can locate some of these places because there may be evidence there that would
There may
lend
be.
credence.
And
I would love to be able to do that.
I was relying on Lise to procure that, and it wasn't that I was refusing to do it. It was at her behest. She
Right.
wanted to have control over that. And to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't want to do it. I have less of a problem communicating just like we're doing right now than I do with going to the organizations and requesting. There's just some sort of psychological barrier there for me. I don't want to do it. It's not normal. That I can't. I just feel like that's going back to the abuse in a weird way.
It's perfectly normal. And I just want to make sure because I'll go ahead and drop down so that some other people can ask questions. I know there's a lot of people waiting. I just want to make sure that you are doing what you need to for your mental health and everything like that. Do you have people you can talk to? Do you have somebody that you're working with to help you process through all of this? It's a lot.
Sort of.
Okay.
Well, I think that between all of us, we can certainly come up with some extra resources in case you need them.
Yes.
Just
I
in
am
case.
a mental health professional, so I'm here for you.
Oh, there we go. There we go, right there. Well, thank you so much for letting me ask you some questions, Sasha. I do have a ton more that I would love to ask you, and I look forward to the opportunity, of being able to kind of help you build that case because there is a bill before Congress, and we need to remember that they are still pushing to remove that statute of limitations for survivors of trafficking. And I think it's so important, and I think that definitely your story could very easily be one of those catalysts to help do that so that maybe we can see some justice in your case. It definitely needs to be had.
I very much appreciate that sentiment, and I'd like to jump on and make a point too towards that end. I have talked to at least one other survivor that was in the same boat as me, that the floodgates didn't really open until almost to the 40s or in the 40s. So sometimes, depending on the abuse that was suffered in childhood, it can take that long to just even for those memories to surface. Now, I had some recollection of some of the things that had happened before then, but the clear picture didn't really start happening until my early 40s. So for what that's worth, I kind of think that particularly if it's filmed, why should there be a statute of limitations for something that's on film? And I have that question even for my adoptive father. I know for a fact I'm on film. It's been verified. So
the government has it in their possession.
They do.
That's the bottom line is they have that in their possession.
I think there's several copies across the globe.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody has it. That's the point, is that somebody has it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the UK, the Met Police just went to Congress asking for the full unredacted files
Yes.
about 10 days ago, I believe. So we'll
Let's
see what comes from that.
let's
So
let
let's give-
Sasha
let's give
let
Sasha a
Sasha
break.
please go to the
All
bathroom.
right, I'll be right back.
Bunny, thank you for being here, and I am definitely going to make sure that Sasha follows through with reaching out to you. Out of anybody who's going to come up here tonight, they should definitely speak to you offline. And I thank
Awesome.
you for
Thank you,
coming up
Tabby.
tonight, Bunny.
Maybe we can add her to the Signal chat, and maybe we can share resources and share notes.
You're gonna
and-
hate me, but I don't have
1,000,000%.
Signal.
Okay,
I
okay,
barely got
kick
on
Bunny.
the Discord. Okay.
Just kidding.
Group chat on
we'll
text, I don't care either way, but I'm
we'll
just
make
saying,
sure and get you looped
yeah.
in, put you in a Discord about it or whatever. But
Absolutely.
we're all working together here, Bunny, and thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah.
And Tapley, are you familiar with Acorn? I'm mutuals with Acorn. She's building out.
I am very, very familiar with Acorn,
Awesome.
and we should definitely have Acorn come up to do her demo towards the end of the show for sure.
Absolutely. I think
Yeah.
it all builds into the same thing. And, you know, like I say in my lives, Tapley, I know that you have been a frequent visitor to my lives. And Savage, I hope you have given me a follow as well as Fallout.
I did.
Because definitely we can all work together. You know, I think, like I say in my lives, the only way we're going to get something done about this is if we, as the general public, stand up and say, absolutely not. This is not going to stand. What the f is wrong with y'all? Like, are we in the upside down world right now? Because no, this isn't going to stand. And we see the pressure building. That's why we see all of these files. And if you ask me, I'm a skeptic. I think that the DOJ duplicated a lot of those files in the Epstein releases simply to muddy the waters and throw people off the tracks. They didn't bank on people like you and I to sit down and figure out that we can change the page number at the end of it and see all those pages that they think they're hiding from us. They didn't think we'd figure out how to screen record this stuff so that when you take it away, we still have it, right? They're hoping that it'll all just go away. And in a normal world where they desensitize us to it and they make it mainstream, it would just go away. But you are talking about a level of depravity that nearly, and I say nearly because we know there is a sect out there that does not care, but nearly every single functioning human says this is not right. And we
Functioning
can't
is the operative word there.
Functioning, critical thinking skills apparently are in short supply these
So is
days.
literacy, I think, in this country as well.
emotional
But that's another topic.
intelligence.
Yeah,
Emotional
emotional
intelligence,
intelligence
yes.
for sure. Yeah. And you know,
Absolutely.
the bottom line is we are really never going to get to the full bottom of anything until they release the rest of it, truthfully.
Yes.
So if anyone, to me, at this point, you don't have the right to come at a survivor of this and say that you don't believe them. You don't have the right to do it. You know why? Number one, because I won't allow it. But number two, because you don't know what else is out there. You don't know what other evidence is out there to corroborate everyone.
Right.
You
And
don't
like
know.
Kathleen and I were
And we
saying,
cannot-
is that there's way more than just the files. Like people, the resources out there that actually have the information that we need to connect the dots are not in the files. The files need to just be a reference point from what we find elsewhere.
Yeah.
And we also
people are doing it the opposite way, and that isn't working.
And we also have to remember that we have to quit pigeonholing it to just J.E. He was just a cog in the whole machine. Right. You have Nygaard up in Canada, who was the Epstein of Canada. You know, we already know about Ehud Barak. Right, Al-Fayed. We know about Ehud
The Sultan of Brunei and his dastardly brother, Prince Jeffrey.
The Alexander brothers. I mean, it just reaches so deep and across and people keep wanting to just pigeonhole it to J.E. and to America and the U.S. Virgin Islands, when the reality is that is such a small portion of what's going on globally. And we're not going to stop it globally until we start turning these people over one by one and breaking up their schemes.
Right.
And
until we stop giving them our money.
Yeah.
Yep. If you want to go ahead and drop me down, Savage.
Your
Thank you so much for letting me take over.
You're the best.
Bye, Bunny.
We'll hook up for sure. We'll all do that after here, and we'll make sure everybody's connected and has each other's contact information.
Awesome.
But thank you so much for coming up here. Your questions have been so insightful, and really well thought out. So I just really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That was
Let me
great.
know if you want any tips on interviewing. I've done it for a really long time. I know how to create those safe spaces.
I'm more of I've been a performer for a really long time. I sing jazz music. So I'm not really
Okay.
so much an interviewer as I am like I can be on here and not feel weird or self-conscious, you know? But yeah, we'll hook up definitely. I'm always happy to learn. I think
Awesome.
if you stop learning, you stop living, in my opinion. But
You do.
But anyway, we'll see you later and we'll get someone else up here.
Bunny, what do you say we maybe do 2 more, then kind of hand the stage back off, like kind of do final words and all of that? We don't want to keep Sasha here for like.
No, I mean, yeah, we don't want to go crazy until for 7 hours. But is there anyone that you know, hun, that really wants to like, and maybe we'll keep them to like 2 questions each for now.
Yes,
so
please. If you do come up, you're maxed out at 2 questions, and that's not because Bunny asked a lot. It's just literally you're not going to compete with Bunny. She's so good at this, and so anyway. So I think as far as who I knew was in the queue, do you still have That's No K? Named Alex?
That's No K, Alex, or Alex. That's
or just
no,
That's No K. It should just be
That's
called
No K.
That's No K.
I follow them, so I know what they look like. I'm not seeing them right now. There's a huge
That's okay.
list.
Who else you got? Just read them off and I'll.
I definitely have. I have Anne on here. I didn't know if she wanted to come up. Troy, you would know more than I would. I have Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor. I don't know who that is. Savvy Scalpel. Nisa Turner Gallum. Melissa G7. I'm not sure who you spoke to that wanted to come up and.
There's nobody that I'm hearing that I'm very aware of. I mean, I know Acorn is here. She's going to do a demo of something really cool that's related to all of this, but let's save her kind of for last.
Oh, sure.
It's less a question thing and more of a demonstration of a very cool investigative tool that she's been working on. And I'm good. You can kind of pick because I don't think I know. If you're somebody who knows me, send me a red heart in the chat so I can see you if you're trying to get
America? Up. Is that really Sue Sell? Is that who?
That sounds right.
I just saw that she was.
Do we have Sue?
Do we have Sue here for real?
We love Sue.
Yeah, we do. I thought someone said they were Sue. Let me just double check here. I know I don't know what her handle is on here. Honestly, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Sue's one of Buster Talks. Isn't that Sue?
Buster Talks is Sue?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure, unless I'm mistaken. I'm not seeing it, but that's the one that I know of that she.
Okay, and I do see Diava Talks as well, who I know she'd be great to have up for a question or 2.
Okay, so let's take Diava while we look for Sue. And then we'll go from there. Where are you? Did you request up, Diava? Let me see. Oh,
she's
there's
right there
Sue.
in the chat.
Is that Sue? Where is she? I'm gonna grab her.
Oh, she was just up and then got and dropped. Who was? And by the way, to people in the chat, yes, this is kind of disorganized. This all came together today in the last few hours, so do not you dare knock our wonderful hostess. All right, everybody's doing their best.
We are, and
you
some
please
of us
feel free to invite us to your
savvy.
Sasha Riley live. But
yeah, I mean, truly, we literally like Troy and I tried to start throwing this together like yesterday afternoon, late evening.
I haven't slept.
It really was very, very last minute, very quick. And so I apologize that it's not as smooth as it could be. I'm also not used to having a bunch of guests. You know, normally when I do my lives, I do them by myself. Here you are, finally.
But you know what? The most important thing is that Sasha is here live and, you know, able
and not
to,
AI.
And not AI. That's
and
right.
not AI.
That's right.
Okay, so we've got Diava Talks on here.
Hi, Diava.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi,
Great to have you. What's on your mind?
Oh, thank you so much. It's great to be here. I wanted to say 2 things. Sasha, you're incredibly brave and we're incredibly proud of you. I know all of this has to be really hard, or has been very hard for you. I also just wanted to offer my platform. I have almost 47,000 followers. If you want to join my live sometime to maybe get your story out there a little bit further and wider, I go live every single day, literally 7 days a week from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern. But I'm willing to work around that if you'd like. So I think that your story is important to get out in light of the fact of what the DOJ and the FBI and everybody, literally everybody involved has been doing in keeping this covered up.
Right.
So I wanted to offer that to you, if you would like. No pressure, obviously. But just wanted to offer you that since I do have a little bit bigger of a platform. And I'm not bragging. I'm just
I understand.
I just
Yeah.
want to get it out there to more people. That's all. The question, I missed this part of and I've been here since the beginning. And I'm sorry if you said it, but what was Lisa, or what was her relationship with you? Like, I heard the issues and stuff, but I don't think that, like, for those of us that came in that didn't know who she was prior, who was she?
She was just somebody that reached out through the internet, and we made contact initially through the internet. Then we had a couple of telephone conversations and a bunch of traffic back and forth through like WhatsApp. So she was just somebody that represented herself as having journalistic, political connections, and some background in survivor advocacy. So from what was being presented to me, it looked like a perfect fit. Plus, I had the desire to leave the United States at that time because here I'm saying these same things over and over and over again, trying to get somebody to pay attention. And it's very obvious that the system wasn't trying to hear it. So I thought, okay, if this is a person that has some outside reach, political connections and things like that, perhaps it's a case where I'm just not being taken seriously because I'm just a person out there saying things on the internet, along with 8 billion other people,
Right.
And that's something important for the audience to know. I don't think we've touched on that tonight. Sasha has been talking publicly. You can go back and look at their Facebook. What is it? As far back as 2019, 2020? And we see you.
2020, yes. And even prior to that, even prior to putting it on the Facebook, I had a Twitter account. And I didn't have a huge account. I think it was somewhere around 37,000 followers at the end there. Maybe 34,000. I don't remember. 30-something thousand. I had been talking about some of this stuff on Twitter as well, even prior to what I posted on Facebook. So it's been a number of years I've been talking.
Did Lisa share any of the funds from the interview of the paywall, like the paywall interviews?
No. And that was real point of contention for me. In my belief system, you cannot profit from the suffering of others. You can profit from labor. You can profit from intellectual property. You can sell an item or whatever. That's all fine. But you cannot position yourself to profit from suffering. And some people would say, well, it's your story. Yes, but I'm not the only one in it. Right. So that was a huge thing for me.
She exploited your vulnerabilities.
To a degree,
it sounds like.
Absolutely.
Well, that's shameful. Are you suing her, or are you just trying to keep your distance from her?
Part of me wants to, just because I think this is a pattern of behavior for her, and
it is.
I think that she needs a wake up call. But no, probably. I won't say definitively that I am absolutely not going to take her to a courtroom. I will say if she gets ignorant and tries to get law enforcement involved for any reason, she's going to lose, because I still got all those screenshots of the stuff she just deleted. So
well, and you have whatever from my articles. There's a lot of proof there that she's been very shady throughout her life and her past. Yeah. So you're welcome to, I can send you all those documents like in a file or something, so you have those just in case too. I did a deep dive on my Substack about her and kind of like her history, and I'm still looking. There's enough that I'm still looking.
There isn't much that I don't know about her, and she has threatened to sue me quite a few times. So I will be taking legal action myself.
Well, Discovery should be lit.
Bring it on.
Oh boy.
And I hope she hears that, because I'm serious.
And I think that was my next question for you, is that, do you think that Trump himself not coming after you is simply because of Discovery, or
Yes.
that's why other people are doing it, kind of circumventing the directness of it coming from him directly?
Yes. He can't take me into a courtroom. He can't. My dad can't take me into a courtroom. Now, Jim Jordan might be able to. Andy Biggs might be able to, because Discovery might not destroy them. Except for the fact that they are both sitting on a committee after I have named them as defendants.
That would be a problem.
It should be a problem, and I did this 5 years ago. So I have mentioned all of the same names because when the memories came forward, like I said, I remember vaguely Mitch McConnell being there. I think that I remember vaguely Chuck Grassley being there at these parties. But I was very careful not to even talk about those things, because I just don't have enough to go with it to do anything. But these same names, these same 5 names I've been talking about for at least 2026, 6, 7 years at a minimum. So it's been the same ones.
And that's why I think they all cover for each other, and which is why they
Oh, yeah.
keep them in their positions of power. I think they all have dirt on each other.
Oh,
So
yeah.
none of them can turn on Trump. No one can turn on each other, because they
Right.
all have freaking dirt on each other.
It's the political equivalent of mutually assured destruction.
Bingo.
They can't start sending nukes at each other, because they're all going to get blown up, and they know.
Well, and it's exactly the reason we saw Jeffrey Epstein, right? Go down, quote unquote, the way he did in West Palm Beach. You had Acosta, you had Dershowitz, you had all of these individuals from, the federal government dimming down what was meant originally to be an FBI RICO case, and they dimmed it down to 2 state charges, the most egregious being soliciting prostitution from a minor, which is an absurd charge in and of itself. But
Well, not only that, but
exactly.
Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida when all the most of this was going down.
Well, to be accurate,
That's
she was AG in 2011, and by that point, Epstein was already a free man. That isn't to say, that she wasn't part of like that ether and couldn't have had tangential connection, but she did not actually become AG until
Yeah,
early
she probably
2011.
knew about it because she was working there, but she wasn't the one that made any decisions. Correct? That's what I know, is that she didn't really she wasn't in charge of anything, but you bet your bottom dollar she freaking knew something.
Of course.
She had to have. That's insane not to
If they
believe that.
didn't know, they know now, because they've seen the unredacted files, which is exactly why I believe Dan Bongino bolted so fast as the deputy director of the FBI, because he saw those files, and literally within a day or two, he's out. He's back on his podcast because he was drumming the beat. He made money. Him and Kash Patel both made money on their podcasts by just nonstop talking about the e-files, okay, until they got a hold of them and got to actually see them. And Kash Patel, he knows.
Mm-hmm.
They made all their money, all their following on how they're going to expose all these evil Democrats, right, that are in here. And now that he's seen them, he's even more complicit. But I will at least give a small, eensy weensy, tiny, and I mean the tiniest amount of credit for Dan Bongino for dipping. But what I think he should have done was expose what he saw instead of dipping. But
Well, but then again, I will say that this, and I'm not giving that person an accolade ever,
I know that's like the
literally.
smallest sliver.
But right. But I will say that I imagine it was a rock and hard place situation for sure. I'm sure that he was threatened. I'm sure that he had to sign NDAs. I'm sure that there was a lot of things that went on behind the scenes before he left.
But look,
and obviously that scared him, because so it had to have been
here
something.
right now under threat, and we're doing what we're doing, so he really doesn't have any excuse.
Yeah, agreed. You're either willing to take the risk or you're not. And I know some people have a lot more to lose in these situations too. You go, I'm not going to trash anybody who walks away from it for their own mental health, for family, for serious threats. I'm not ever going to do that. I know you wouldn't, Sasha. I just feel like, but unfortunately, if everyone does that and nobody ever speaks up, then we're going to continue to be right here where we are with no justice and no release of the files. And for me, like, there was a lot of back and forth between Troy and I before we did this, because there was a lot of shady stuff going on. And he's like, I'm a little freaked out. And I was like, I'm a little freaked out, but at the same time, what are you going to take from me? I can't afford groceries anyway. Like, what are you, I have a car that's a lease. What are you going to take from me? Like,
$7 for a gallon.
Bring it on, man. So
I just, do you think, Sasha, and I'm gonna word this carefully.
Okay.
Do you think that Jeffrey went out the way they said he went out?
Do I think it was
Self-harm?
No.
Okay.
No. I wasn't there, so I would, as a guy that's a math nerd, I would give that much less than 1% probability.
Do you know who was there? Nick.
Who's that?
Nick
Tartaglione.
Yeah. So I think that question really should be asked to Jessica Reed Krause. Just saying.
That lady.
Ding ding.
So, Diava, if you want to do one more question, then we'll bring up Sue Sell just for timing. It's been going so long, and I don't want to burn Sasha out.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and that's the only reason why I offered myself to you, Sasha, was because I think more people need to hear this.
I appreciate it.
And so that, like I said, but I had one more question. And you may have already covered this because I've had to step away a couple of times to do something with my kids, but I always come back and I've been listening the whole time. Do you think that Virginia went out the way they said she did?
I would give that a higher probability than the scant, less than 1%. But do I believe she did that? No, I do not.
I don't, especially when her book was about to drop and she was about to make everything public, and she was fighting all along. So why she would do that right before her book came out is kind of dumb. So.
The timing is definitely.
Well, and I read her.
I don't even want to say
book.
suspicious. It's further than suspicious. It's damning.
If you read her book too, it's odd. I'm really a writer more than I ever have been, like a journalist or an investigator. And I read her book from cover to cover, and something never sat right with me about it. It's not that I didn't believe her words or what she was saying. It's that the writing seemed off. It seemed like it was pieced together, as if a different voice was writing part of it than the other part, as if that makes sense. Like a different writer was writing it. I feel like there are things that were probably removed because she had already passed. She didn't have the say that she did when she was alive. And so it was taken over by the ghostwriter and obviously whoever was in charge of the estate. And what I believe is that a lot of things were removed after she passed.
Well, but let's also be clear. I'm very disturbed by the fact, I'm going to say it out loud, okay? Straight up. I believe that Virginia ultimately changed her story. And I believe that she did it for her own protection. And the reason that I think that is because, again, in the Epstein files, you have these two predators privately emailing each other, the dog that hasn't barked thing, right? Where Epstein himself says that he saw Virginia unattended with Donald Trump for hours at his property, right? With Maxwell more or less agreeing. Then and this is right after Virginia first goes public in 2011. And when she does go public, she says that Donald Trump flirted with her before, that she saw him, like at the property, whatever, like not on the clock at Mar-a-Lago. And then a couple of months later, you have a private conversation between Epstein and you have a conversation between his private investigator. And the email is simply Epstein saying, before I reach out to Trump, is there any other option? Right? As if there's some kind of a containment narrative happening. And then when she actually gets formally deposed, and forgive me, I can't remember if that was 2015 or 2016. I don't have that in front of me. But she's actually asked the question about the flirtation comment that she made. And she says that that she didn't say that and it wasn't true, more or less. Again, that's like a soft quote. But at that point, she completely changes her own narrative and has consistently said ever since that Donald Trump did nothing. She saw nothing related to Donald Trump, et cetera, and so on. And I'm just not buying it. And with everything that we know about Donald Trump, with everything that we know about his penchant for consistently paying women into silence, right? Or threatening them, et cetera. That's why I think that. But that's pure supposition for entertainment purposes. That's not me saying that I can prove that. That's just them's the receipts
you love your
for
life.
me. And I love my life.
I do have a
Everybody,
little...
we all love our lives. Nobody's planning on doing anything, just to be clear about that. I also want to point out that there was a survivor, one of the ones that was in the video ad that they did during the Super Bowl. She has curly hair, but her name is escaping me right now. Gorgeous little girl. She was on, I want to say it was MS Now. And she almost slipped up. They asked the question, don't you think Donald Trump would have known if there were these kinds of parties at his place? And she almost admitted it. And then she goes, well, I can't really talk about that.
Okay, so there's one thing that I need to say, because I have a special relationship with some of the survivors outside of Sasha as well. And when it comes to Virginia, it's a lot deeper than what people realize, and people will know the truth soon. That being said, I think a lot of the focus when it comes to Virginia needs to be on the royal household in the UK. A lot of it is traced back to Andrew, Fergie. I wouldn't say Antonia Marshall, but I mean, some involvement there, at least knowledge of, and Lady Victoria Hervey. Just look at all of the claims that have been made against her, especially the photo, which has been proven since to be 100% true. Again, I've mentioned Ann Cheever. She does such an excellent job. She's been following this for so long. She's the most knowledgeable person on this subject. And a lot of... I'm trying to find a way to say this without giving... just look towards the UK when it comes to Virginia, and there'll be some things that you find.
Well, and again, like, we're all going to work with each other, and I know that we're going to share what we find with Sasha too. I know that for me, I'm going to make sure that this whole video is saved and downloaded, and I'm going to send it to you directly. So, and from what I understand, we're all going to share these things for free. That's what Sasha wants. So let's just make sure we're on the same page with that. I know people are getting anxious in the chat because they want to hear more from Sasha. Yep. I see a lot of people yelling at us. So do you have a talk? I'm gonna bring up Sue-Sel to ask a couple of questions after I let Sasha say if there's anything Sasha wants to say, they can say that. Okay.
Thank you for coming on, Ms. Stephen.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much.
We'll definitely hook up. I followed you back, so we'll all connect with each other.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then Siren, let's go with this final question. Alex, if you're there, that's an okay. I will totally have you up too. You're such a trusted creator here. So please feel free to get in the queue. Then we will bring up our chat mod, Viper Vicky, so you guys can gift her for all of her hard work. And then we're going to show you one demo from a friend of ours, okay? All right.
Okay. And is there, just to take a little second, is there anything, Sasha, else that you feel like you want people to know about you, your situation, what's going on right now? Like I said before, how to help you. Is there anything you want the people to know?
I may have some requests after I get settled in,
No problem. No problem.
I feel as though as this has developed, there are more people coming into the situation with good intentions. There have been several people that have tried to attach themselves to this, even outside of me, for all kinds of purposes that have nothing to do with justice. So I really feel as though there are more people getting involved with this just wanting justice. And one thing I want people to know, if Bill Clinton is in those files, he needs to be prosecuted as well. It is not a right side, left side, blue team, red team. I don't give a damn who it is.
Yeah.
I don't care if Jesus Christ is in those files. Go get him.
I'd honestly, if I found out my dad was in the files, I'd send him to prison. I would.
There's got to be something, right?
Right. You have to have a moral line, because it's not political. That's the problem. People
Right.
keep making it political. It's moral. It's not political.
And I want people to know that starting out, I would have been one of those people that was conservatively minded, maybe progressive in some regards, but probably leaning more towards the red team. It was the handling of the different cases and allegations against Donald Trump that had pushed me from independent, that would have voted for a Republican if I believed in them, did vote more Democrat than Republican, but to where I'm at now. So it's, I get accused a lot of being some sort of I don't know, plant or whatever.
Libtard, shill,
oh God.
whatever nonsense that they throw at. Oh my God. And most of them are bots too.
I wasn't even political until Trump came along. I was a person that kind of sat on the sideline for most of it. So,
well, and I think that you have every right to argue or have your own opinions and argue about what's going on with the military and the war, because you were a part of that world. You know that world. You understand it like probably none of us here would ever understand it. So, I mean, your opinions are your opinions, and quite frankly, I don't honestly think they lean either way. I think they lean towards reasonable and logical.
And that's kind of what I wish we would all do. It shouldn't be red team or blue team. It should be the most qualified person. It should be a diverse group of thoughts. But right now, what we have is just pointing at each other with our little crocodile tears. And this other team won't do anything for the American people. And the other team saying the same thing. The truth is, nobody's doing anything really all that much for the American people. Yeah. They're helping themselves to, all kinds of millions insider trading. And that is both sides, both the blue team and the red team. And I question if maybe the pedophile ring is centered more one way than the other, but with all of them stealing money, nobody can really say a whole lot.
It's hard. It's hard right now. I'm going to pivot to That's Not Okay. I've seen your work. I already follow you. So welcome. I hope we can also keep in touch after this, because I think you do great work.
Thank you.
And if you want to ask a few questions to Sasha, and Sasha, you're comfortable with that, then yeah, we'll keep it moving.
And real quick, Siren, I'm going to go ahead and load in just those final couple of people. That way we don't have to worry about it, and then they'll just sit on mute. It's people I trust.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it. And thank you, Sasha, for doing this. It's really great to hear from you.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. No, we've been following your story closely for a while now. So it's really an honor to get to speak to you. I just have one question. It's just want to keep it brief so other people can come up. But I don't know if you've seen the files where it's mentioning this girl's story where she is speaking about horse stalls, and that there's short walls on the side. They were keeping these girls in underground. I don't know if you've come across that at all or heard about that.
I have come across the story. I have read parts of it. I may not be as familiar as some other people, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, I just was curious if you had, and in light of your story talking about being on the farm and all that, if that resonated with you, or had any connection with your story at all.
Not exactly the same, but we used to call it a pick'em line. So if there were however many children there were, you had to stand in a line, and those people got to choose, their victim. So I did something similar, and that is one thing that has been consistent throughout all of this, is to see the similarities between the different stories, between the different situations. There are differences, but yeah, we experienced, myself, Patricia, Samantha, Sarah experienced similar things to that. Yes. I don't remember specifically being in horse stalls or anything like that, but you have to understand these people. They're rich. These are farms. There's going to be some horse stalls and things like that. So,
right. Yeah, no, just when we had gone through her story, it to me reminded me a lot of, hearing your story. So I wanted to bring that up because I thought, it did lend some credence and corroboration in a way.
Thank you for bringing that point out. I appreciate it.
Nope. Thanks for having me up, guys. Appreciate it. I'll let the next person come up.
Alex, what a pleasure. And then just quick announcement for the chat. Please, for reasons that are none of your business, Acorn absolutely must not accept gifts. So please do not gift Acorn while they're up on the panel, okay? And we're going to go rapid fire. Everybody gets one question. I think Farrell is who we were waiting for. Yes, is that correct?
Yeah, she's been waiting a very, very long time, and
let's let Farrell do her thing completely. Everybody else gets one question. Okay, go ahead, Farrell.
Hey, hi guys.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm super schizophrenic on social media, and I have so many different names. So, like most of my Sasha stuff was under Gen X, ECHS, and then I went off TikTok. Anyway, I really actually have an answer to some of the questions that people had. First, the Lawton Police Department. I reached out to them, and all we need in order to get the documents from that is a signature release from Sasha. So you wouldn't need to go there. We would just need a signature because it happened while you were underage. So I think we will touch base offline, and hopefully we can get that done. As far as the Enterprise, Alabama, I also talked to that police department and gave them Race Lawson's name and the address and everything. And they said, because it was so long ago, unless we had a specific date, that they wouldn't be able to find those records. So it's another one of those where time has passed, unfortunately.
Right.
But I just wanted to share that about the Lawton Police Department, and hopefully we can get that, because I know that those records have a lot of corroboration, a lot more than what we've all already found.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I have no problem signing that paperwork. We will get that taken care of.
Yes. Awesome. And thank you again for being so brave to share your story. And
no, ma'am, Miss Sue, thank you. You were one of the people that did the most as far as getting in there and just digging. And you dug up quite a bit of stuff, in a variety of different ways, and it is greatly appreciated, because before people like you came along and did that, it was easy to just say, this is just some other jackass on the internet running his mouth. This isn't real. He isn't even real. That's AI. That's a bot. That's this. That's that. But yeah, you made it very obvious that there are a number of connections, and I greatly appreciate it.
And I'm still working on some others in relation to other things, and don't even get me started on Lady Victoria Hervey. So
don't get any of us started on that crazy.
We will talk.
But just also a quick plug. I've been quite offline recently because I've been in transition and getting more mobile. But I do have some things in the works, and one of those is I'm working with an Epstein survivor on restarting a foundation that will support survivors of trauma and trafficking. And so once we have a little bit more to share about that, I'll make sure to get that shared out with everybody. But it all started because she reached out to me with questions on Sasha's story. And so you doing this is providing resources for other survivors, and it's just really amazing the doors that you sharing your story has opened for so many people. So thank you again.
Also, Sue, I have had a couple of people reach out to me from different organizations, so maybe we can hook up and share information if you need, if we can even get even more nonprofits and companies and associations to sort of throw their support behind Sasha and provide those resources in a really like upfront, honest way, like for everyone to be able to contact. Like I hope that we can chat after this and I can help. I can give you some other stuff too.
Absolutely.
An audience, I'm not even kidding, just to push the plug a little further. I'm even more starstruck by her than I am by Sasha. No offense, Sasha. I have to say the quality of your work is remarkable, and I'm a huge fan of what you've done. And everybody should definitely follow her and track all that she's done. She's a very, very careful, meticulous reporter and diligent researcher. And the community really appreciates the work that you've done.
You were the person that inspired me to do what I do.
And then Troy inspired me. So it was a chain reaction.
See what you started, Sasha?
That makes me smile. Thank you.
Yeah, we will become your village.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for? Should we keep it moving? Carol?
Keep it moving.
You got it. And please feel free to linger on the panel so long as you'd like.
Awesome.
Now, I would like to introduce my left-hand lady. She's my co-researcher in this investigation. This is Kate Fox of Pennsylvania. Hi, Kate. I'm so happy you're here.
Hi, thanks for having me, Savage. And it's so nice to meet you, Sasha. Thanks for spending your evening with us on this Sunday night.
Well, I greatly appreciate the links that all of these guys went through to make this happen. We had another venue scheduled. I won't get into what exactly happened with them, but I believed them what they told me happened, and it was significant. And then, the next venue was what it was.
Here we are. So just, I don't know if you've talked with Tapley about kind of what I've been doing as part of the greater investigation. My experience is I represent banks. I'm a lawyer. I represent banks. I specialize in Ponzi schemes. So I'm very familiar with high level money laundering and other types of financial fraud and crimes. So my biggest focus in the investigation is following the money. So I wanted to ask you, did you ever hear any conversations or were present for negotiations with the perpetrators of the abuse for an exchange of money? Do you know how that logistically was coordinated? And of course, I don't want you to have to get into any dark details or anything. I'm just trying to figure out logistically how the exchange went so that we can better understand the movement of the money.
I do know that some of the money was moved around via favors, so, I'll take care of this and for that. So, there is cash moving around in some of those instances, but in other instances, the payment can be a variety of ways. A good paying job that you don't necessarily qualify for. J.E. himself had one of those. I don't have a lot of knowledge about that just because for the logistics of it, they try to insulate you a little bit so you don't really know what's going on. I can tell you that the dollar figure for Donald to have access to me was somewhere between $5,000 and $25,000, which would have been a substantial payday to my adoptive father. Significant, bump in money, so that's really the only intimate knowledge that I have as far as how the money changed hands. I know and we all kind of know this. Sometimes property will get sold for $1, or sometimes a vehicle, a brand new 2026 whatever gets sold for $100 or something. So things like that, to try to cover the money trail. But I don't even know if they'd really tried all that hard to cover it. At the end, I think they had the whole system and they just moved money around.
Yeah, thank you. I figured that you would probably be insulated from that, but I was just curious. And it's good to kind of hear the confirmation and validation of sometimes there won't be a money trail, even if it was cash or something like that. You could see it move from a bank account or whatever. But a lot of this was not about money for them. It was about trading favors for power. So thank you for everything. And thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Kate. Appreciate you. Elle, welcome, 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 Elle. I have you to thank for my participation in this. So thanks for making me aware, Elle, and welcome to the panel. How are you tonight?
Hello, Michelle.
I'm sorry I don't have my voice yet, but I just wanted to pop on and say hi to Sasha and you guys, and I'm glad that this could work. Sasha, how are you feeling?
Relieved.
Yeah.
I was more nervous about setting this damn thing up than I was doing it. It's funny. I've been in this situation a lot of times in life. I had to do an interview after a boxing match one time. I wasn't worried at all about the match. I was scared to death of the interview. And in this, I wasn't really afraid of doing the interview, but I'm not a techie guy. I do what I do on threads and Twitter, and it's not much. And I don't go live, and I've led a very, very private life before this, so this is all brand new to me. But yeah, now that it's set up and we're just talking, it's just fine. But the before this, yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad that you've had kind of a traumatizing situation on top of everything, and I know all of us have said this, but I feel, I feel for you. I personally am a whistleblower. I'm on a Netflix documentary. I've been through this whole predatory press bullshit. So, if I can help you in any way, lean on me. You have my number. So
I appreciate it, Miss Elle.
I also think that with the fact that we did this so last minute is actually the reason it's been successful. I think that there was too much time with the announcements of the other people for people to start working their magic and doing whatever they do behind the scenes to discredit or stop it. And for us, we kept everything super, super private, small circle. And then we just were like, do it. Like, let's just do it. Let's get it out there. And I think that was part of the reason why this worked so well. But that's just my 2 cents. I just feel like
I agree with that.
I'm really happy with everything. I hope you are, Sasha, because I just wanted you to see how many people support you on here and want to know you and want to talk to you and, all that stuff. I'm just really honored to be here with you too. So thank you. And thank you, Elle, for all your hard work too.
Yeah.
I appreciate the love and support. I can't even express it properly.
Well, there's a lot more of this, and I as far as it being a network, there's a network taking it down. So, welcome to the network.
I told you
I
we
look
would make
forward
it
to a
happen.
brighter tomorrow because it's gone. This cabal of evil.
Yeah. I guess I mean, off topic, like, what are you most excited about being in Ireland?
It is the closest place to heaven that I have ever visited. I loved everything about it when I was there. Kind of like Canada in one way. I got into a little bit of a kerfuffle, an argument with one person, but everybody else was just amazing. And I think that that's going to be a new beginning. I really do. I had hoped that it was going to be here. I really love it here as well. But journey takes me on down the road, and I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to brighter days, and it's been a long time since I could say that honestly. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
To be
Well,
honest.
I'm excited for you, and hopefully we can chat more if it works out. Yeah, like I'm happy that you're here, and I'm happy that people can see that you're not AI.
I got a lot of that.
I've been posting your story like so much, and you know, because I listened to your story and I was like, this man is, you know, telling the truth. I can feel it, you know, and like, yeah, just to let you know that there are millions of eyes on my content alone, and I'm not even a big creator. So like, there's a lot of people who listen, and I'm glad that you can see that, because
I can't.
Fuck folding.
Well, I feel like you were almost like controlled under Substack and Substack alone in a way until you started posting on your own Threads account.
Oh, I am the one that broke the story. It was a very, very small thing until I said, hey, I provided testimony, and somebody, I don't even remember who the first person was. Well, where is this testimony? And I went over to the Substack, I copied it, I said, right here. Yeah. And then I won't say as soon as I did that, but within days, a day or two, 48 hours, maybe 72, I mean, bam, it just exploded. Next thing I knew, I had 100,000 followers. And that caused a rift right there between Lisa and I. I said, you're telling me you've got all these connections. I just stick it on the internet and it takes off. Why did it not take off on your Substack? You're supposed to know what you're doing. You're supposed to have this audience, these connections, all of these things that you have represented yourself to be and to have. So why does it take me to do this? You know, and she never did give me a good answer.
That's because there isn't one.
There isn't, right? You know, and yeah. For a long time, I knew that she wasn't on the up and up, but what else can I do? You know, I have been screaming into the abyss for years. So now I'm here. I've got this one little chunk of information from her, and I will give her credit for that. She did do the Substack. Some people say that she could have done it a little bit better, but that wasn't her forte. It did get done, you know, it did get put on there. So I don't know with what intent on her part that got done, but it brought us to here. So, hey.
Well, I think between all of us, we can figure out a way to keep these kind of chats going. And I'm hoping that we can get them on other platforms like the YT platform and Insta and like everywhere. I feel like this is the time. We need to blast your beautiful face all over every friggin' platform that we can find and make you as visible as possible. That's my opinion. I don't know what you think, Elle, but that's what I think.
And I sent you Leslie's info in a text, Sasha. I don't know if that would be an option, but she also has other connections. So like I have a little baby platform. I'd love to interview you, but there are bigger people out there, and my goal is to help you. You know, and as a whistleblower myself, I went to the police like 7-8 years ago, and they still ain't doing fucking shit. So I hear you and I understand. Like that's why your story hits me so hard. And I'm like, I'm going to share that. I'm going to try to amplify your voice because that's the least that we can do. You know, I don't even know. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That's what we have though, is each other. And that's been one of the heartwarming things of this. The system may not give a damn about any of us. I mean, to a large degree, it has solidified the point that we're just kind of cattle to them. You know, we're just something that they herd around and feed a bunch of crap and, you know, stick us with a shot so that we'll stay alive and then exploit us until we're gone. But I think the more people that are seeing that as being a kind of a reality, we're rallying around each other, you know.
Yep.
So that's been kind of, I don't know, a little silver lining, I guess, in some of this, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think that as a result of, the orange clown, people are waking up. So,
It
as
took
you
them long
said,
enough. Good God.
Yeah, right. What you said something really good the other day on Thread, Sasha. You said that the regular people are just cannon fodder
Yeah.
for rich people, and that's the truth. It's the truth in almost every aspect of this, from the war to the Epstein files to the healthcare to the everything that's going wrong right now. They don't care about us. They
No.
don't. And you hit the nail on the head. We're just disposable, really.
It's sad to really think about that. You know, there are so many countries right now doing it better than the United States as far as that goes. Nobody's perfect. You won't find nirvana anywhere, but it would seem that the government of the United States has completely forgotten what their job is, and that is to take care of the American people. They now view the American people, in my opinion, as just something to exploit until they're dead to fill their coffers. You know, it's kind of disgusting. And I hold them all to that account to a degree. I do believe some of them in there are fighting the good fight, but I just do not believe it's very many of them. Just me, though. I don't mean to be a
it's
downer.
everybody. It's everybody in this chat probably agrees with you, I'm sure. And Ella, you
right.
good? You good? Okay.
yeah, I'm good. My voice is shot, so I'd love to chat with you more, Sasha, when I'm have my voice back. So
Feel better. Take care of yourself.
definitely
I've been
do that.
battling a sickness too. I hear you.
it's and I just kind of as a content creator, not being able to speak is not ideal. So
Right.
but thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for hanging in there with us, Elle. Great to have you, of course. Now, with the final. Yeah, please.
Troy is trying to get back in.
Oh, yeah, let's get Troy up.
I
Let's see here. I'm looking for him. Oh, there we go. I
Thank
got
you
him.
for having me.
You got him.
I'm gonna pop out. You got
Bye,
Troy.
Kate. Take care. Bye, Elle. And then our final question tonight is going to come from my dear, dear friend and also a very popular live hostess, Roxy. And then we're going to move on to a demo by Acorn and then final words. Hi, Roxy.
Hi, Tapley. Sasha,
Hello.
so good to meet you.
Good to meet
Your
you.
bravery and your courage and your diligence to get justice is astounding. And I don't know. I'm enamored by you. I do have several questions. I always like to, Tapley and I are friends, and I haven't met you before, Savage. Thank you for having me on your live. I appreciate you. I had a few questions. I'm just wondering, are you going to do this again, Sasha?
Yes.
Are you going to hang on TikTok for a little bit? Okay, cool. Good. Because I missed this entire thing. And I didn't miss the entire thing. I've been sitting in there for a little while and I was so upset you guys went through 3 hours without me. But that's okay. I'll have somebody catch me up. But I do know your story, and as heartbreaking as that is, I have so many questions, but I'll try to keep it short. I wanted to make a comment first about Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General in Florida. She has been the survivors were asking her after the 2008 agreement, when she became Attorney General, to look at that agreement and do further prosecutions, and she ignored them back then too. I just wanted to point that out. She ignored the victims. But one of my questions is how many perpetrators do you think there are involved in this, just with the Epstein stuff?
I would think that it is a statistically significant portion of all of the uber affluent people, at least in the United States. And then a percentage, I don't know what, internationally in several countries. In order for this to work, enough people would have to be in on it that they are the majority, it would seem. At least not the majority of the people, say, for the United States, but the majority of the power, wealth, and influence. So,
yeah, that's bothering me because I've seen some of these children being ushered around parties with movie stars. And I also was approached by somebody when I was a child. Thank God I didn't go with this person, but a lot of people know my story. And they wanted me to go on a yacht with rich men. And they said, but you'll have to be topless and then you might have to do things. And I said, no, I'm not. Thank God I was close to home and I could get away from this person. But they had pictures of them with politicians, with stars. I mean, this was in California. It's all over the place. We have a serious problem in the United States with P3DOs. Serious problem. And it's been going on for decades.
I know that it's at least as early as the late 70s, and I would assert that it was well established by then. I just can't assert that what was happening exactly.
The Finders group.
What's that?
The Finders group. This it all really started to become a little more known after World War II and then the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a group of people around this person that I ran into. I think it was about 14, 15. I was very young. And there were women working on girls' hair and makeup. And I mean, it's shocking. These people look normal and they have a whole staff around them. That this is in California. I'm not sure if that's, what happened on your side of the fence, but this is what I saw personally. And I didn't, and now that all this is coming up, I'm like, oh my God, I came so close. And it's just terrifying. I also wanted to ask something else. The people that you were talking about, involved with you and that of, Andy Biggs and Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas and all of them. There's we got Donald Trump. These are all the people that were in Donald Trump's administration: Steve Bannon, Howard Lutnick, who have been involved in the Epstein files, Elon Musk, Catherine Rumler, and Larry Summers, Les Wexner, of course.
Don't forget Dershowitz.
And Alan Dershowitz. Oh God, I can't stand him.
I call him Dershowitz. That's what I call him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hate that
guy.
And
it's kind of like they stay together to protect each other, just like Pam Bondi being Attorney General in Florida and having Alex Acosta moving into the Department of Labor Secretary, because Alex Acosta, is behind the sweetheart deal along with Alan Dershowitz, who wrote out in that sweetheart deal that anybody that the deal between Epstein and the state would also cover any other perpetrators for federal, civil, and civil crimes. It was, they wrote that because they were afraid that he was going to talk, that Epstein was going to talk. So yeah, I'm just, but all these people that are involved, I just wanted to point out that they are moving together and I'm sure there's more that we don't know of, but you're absolutely right. All these people that are enabling this, the cooks, the cleaners, the gynecologists, all these people, they need to be held accountable too.
That's what I call the machine.
I agree.
Yeah, the machine. That's a good way of looking at that.
That's what my series is on Substack.
Yeah, Troy's done some great deep dive work on that.
What's your Substack? I'd love to look at that.
The Fallout with TBS.
The Fallen with TBS?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Everything is fact-based, backed up with receipts that are public record. It's just people typically don't know where to look, but I do.
And then also, Roxy, just for funsies, but it's not going to be fun at all, just in case you want deeper research in terms of these active rings and things that you can really prove. I think that you need to look into John David Norman, and you also need to look into another guy named Dean Corll, Corll. And what you will find in John David Norman is that from the 60s until he went down, I guess, in the late 90s, he was one of the biggest operators of child trafficking in the United States. He while was in prison, was publishing like weird zines, right, for child porn and sending them around out of prison.
And Tapley got a call. Hate when that happens when you're right in the middle of the sentence.
Dang it. I know.
I will check into that, but I was just wondering, have you offered people?
Sorry about that, Roxy.
Oh, you're fine.
No, I got a call. All I was saying is I'm not going to dig into the minutia of that here, but you should definitely look into that story, and you will see not only how systemic but long-running behavior, exactly like what Sasha, if not worse, is alleging has definitively happened.
Oh boy.
So
yeah, this
anyway.
stuff is hard. It's just hard to stomach.
And it's so much for everybody. I think it's really great that we're all connecting, because maybe I have the Lisa portion and you have this portion and someone else has this portion, and maybe we can keep kind of doing these lives and honestly start to really put it all together. That's my thought, is that we all keep kind of hopefully like set something up to keep doing this, and with or without Sasha, whatever they're comfortable with, whenever they want to do it, so that we can get,
Absolutely.
We can do this. I really think we can all do this. Maybe that's optimistic, but
that's a good segue into the project that I want to share with you.
Can I say one more thing? And then I'm sorry, Acorn. I know you've been waiting forever. I'm so sorry, Sasha. I'm just wondering. You've offered Congress to testify under oath.
Yes.
And what kind of response
times.
did you? What kind of response do you get, if any?
I have had a couple of aides reach out enthusiastically, and then no follow on from that. So I have had not a substantial number. I would say 3 or 4 different aides saying, "Hey, I work with Congressman so and so. I've heard your story. I'm going to make some calls. Would you be interested?" And I have always said yes. Now, after those initial conversations, just like that took place, nothing has happened after that.
Well, hopefully we'll have a Democratic House here in the midterms, and we can start looking seriously at the Epstein files and making sure that we find some justice. So thank you for taking my question.
Thank you so much, Roxy.
Thank you, Roxy.
Thank you
for being here.
Things may be a little bit different now that you have separated yourself from Lisa. So I think reaching out to them again is something that you should try, because they're not a fan
of Lisa.
Right.
And I kind of took that after a while. The only reason I stayed here is the realism. Well, first of all, I love Canada. I just freaking love it up here. I mean, it's awesome in pretty much every way. The roads are a little narrower. If I have to complain about something, that's about it. So you're awfully close to other cars, but you know what? I haven't even seen but one fender bender here, because the people know how to drive here. So there you go. So that's not even that big of a deal. But just from a logic standpoint, I'm screaming into the abyss in the United States for years and years. Nothing happens. I come here under false pretenses. We're just going to say that. But something at least happens, regardless of the intent that Lisa may have had. So, you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. We've all heard that, right? So in any situation, this one included, you just try to make the best of it and work within the parameters of what you can do. And I forget who I expressed it to, but just in the last day or two, I was just cranking it out on that little hamster wheel, trying to, get exposure on social media, talk to people, let them know I'm a real person, answer any questions that they might have. So, on to the next.
Proud of you. Very proud of you.
Well, now you've got an army. You've got a literal TikTok army behind you.
Yes. Yes.
That's
and
right.
I can't thank that is one thing that I want to do. I thank Sue Selly and a couple of other people. I can't thank enough the people that did do all of that digging. And there was quite a bit. It wasn't just one or two little caveats. Okay, we've verified one little detail. Oh, hell no. They spent some time on this stuff. Jay, oh my God, she really dug into everything. She's
great. If you guys don't follow Jay Megan, you should.
Yes.
She's great. Becca Day's a really good resource too. They all come with receipts. They all tell it like it is. And also Sue Sell, follow her on Substack too. She does great work on Substack. Just follow all these people in this chat and up here in the thing, because I feel like we all have the same purpose. We just want to help Sasha. We just want to do our due diligence, and we want to prove his story correct, whatever that takes. I mean, that's what I want to do. So I'm so happy that you decided to do this. I've said it a million times, but I'm going to say it again.
I have wanted to for quite a while.
Good. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you for having me.
Who do we want? Tably, who's next?
Well, so I just brought up Danielle up here so she can get more followers, because she was nice enough to be our backup in case everything went down. But everybody knows and loves Danielle, so just hi, Danielle. And by the way, Sasha, if you love Canada and you ever want to go back.
Lost him, I think.
Did we get a call again?
Put it on Do Not Disturb. Tap.
Can everybody please stop calling and texting me? Thank you. No, I was saying if you love Canada a lot, I'm offering it on her behalf. Danielle has a big, beautiful house, and I'm just saying we can go out there and go swimming at her pool anytime. You just let me know if you want to keep it Canadian.
If I was going to be here longer, I would definitely take you up on that.
Have you said what city you're in, or you're not comfortable saying that?
Victoria.
Oh, my whole family.
They were very comfortable saying that.
I'm in Vancouver. My whole family's
I've been there too. Oh my God, same thing. Rains a little more, but still is beautiful.
Okay, it's been a good winter. Oh my God, I can't believe how close you are. Do you like it up here?
Love it. I was just telling somebody, after I do my next round of traveling, if I wind up right back here, I will consider myself to be a very lucky person. It is, this is a hidden gem right here.
Isn't it?
Oh my God. It's beautiful. The people are amazing. The food is great. It's clean. It's pretty. You have got a variety of things to go do, see, be a part of. And most of it's within walking distance. And I will tell you this is how you know Canadians are good people. The dogs here are some of the friendliest I have ever been around in my life. And you can tell a lot about a person by how their dog acts.
That's right.
So,
you can tell a lot about a person whether they like animals.
Yes.
Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it that we all have dogs up here, so that makes us better people?
Or is
it
part of it
around?
It's all of it. It's all of it. Canadians are a little bit reserved, but their animals aren't. And that just tells you just how friendly people really are.
I'm always telling Americans, I'm like, we don't live in igloos. I promise you. We have Costco. We have highways. We have internet. Like, I always try and convince, it's nice up here,
Oh, hey, don't tell them. Don't tell them. They'll be here. And they will bring all their problems with them. I brought mine. Sorry.
Well, we have this saying in Canada. It always, what is the saying that we have in Canada? It takes everyone a little longer to find their way home, but when they arrive in Canada, we welcome you as if it's your home. It's a saying like that.
I believe
I love that.
Again.
I love that.
Well, Danielle, thank you for coming up. Everybody out there, please follow Danielle. If you like me, you don't see me go live very often, but if I do, chances are I'm going to be up on Danielle's panel. And then also, Viper Vicky is right next to her. She's been really sweating it out down there in the gulag, keeping all the crazies in check. We thank you so much, Viper Vicky. This would be a wonderful time to please show Viper some love. And then also, please don't hate me for doing this, Siren, but I must. Vicky is a very good friend of mine. She is the most popular mod on the most popular panels on this app, and she has required some community help lately. She does have a GoFundMe that I actually put up in her honor. It's on her bio. So please go click that. anything helps, even if it's just a few bucks. She's got modicum medical needs right now. And, you know, tonight's all about community, yes. And Vicky is a huge part of it. So please, please, please.
For sure, for sure. I'll make a video tomorrow when I recover from the last couple of days of scrambling, and try to push that out to my followers too. So thank you. And I really appreciate it.
2 million taps on this live. That's insane.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
You know, you said in the beginning, like, if we should be able to get to 500,000. I was like, what is he talking about? Because he underestimates me.
Well, I don't know. You know, I like to keep it conservative and then be surprised. And then Acorn, I can't tell if you're having technical difficulties. I don't want to lose you. I'm purposely, none of us will shut the F up, but I'm dying to see your demo. So please come back up here. I really want to show the audience the hard work you've done. But
as soon as you come back, we'll put you up. Please, please, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, thank you to Viper Vicky one more time. Thank you, Danielle, for being a fail-safe. And then, Roxy, we loved having you. Of course, Elle, thank you for helping me to participate into this. As we're waiting for Acorn, do we perhaps have any closing statements up here on the panel? And we are going to save Siren. We are going to save the fallout for last. And then Sasha will get final word tonight. But any of my panelists up here, are you good? Elle and Viper and Danielle?
All good.
Okay, perfect. It looks like we've got Acorn back maybe in the queue. Let's see. Allegedly. Never mind, chat. You lied. Acorn, if you can hear me, please request up. If not, if we don't get you up here this time, then we will put you on the next panel when we get Sasha back. All
yes,
right.
I'm not planning to try to go back into the shadows anymore. You know, I don't know how much of this I will be able to participate in. It does take a little bit for me to prep myself mentally to do this, but I am going to do more of it. So, you know, how that transpires exactly, I don't know just yet. You know, I cannot thank everybody on this panel enough. You know, it may have been rushed and we may have had a few technical difficulties, but we made it happen. So, you know, here we are.
Thank you. We're grateful for you. Like 2 million likes. You've got 2 million likes. 2 million people like you. That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people.
We're so grateful for you. Like, I can't even express. I'm sure I speak for everybody that we all really appreciate you being here and spending so much time. We're working on what, 4 hours, 5 hours now? So we're going to wrap it up with Acorn, but I just want to say thank you to everyone too else that's on this panel. It's been really wonderful.
All right, I'm going to switch over Acorn to, I'm going to have to do it on Sasha's box actually. So let me do this. Perfect. Acorn, take it away. You are on mute, Acorn. All right, Acorn, can you talk for us real quick to make sure we can hear you because we're not getting any sound?
She said she was having some audio difficulties.
I see. Yeah, Acorn, if you can hear us, we're getting no audio. I guess that's why. Oh, they're saying they've been having audio problems. Acorn, might we need to do this again a different time, Acorn? Do you want to type that down to me? All right. Let's just go ahead and see what she says. I'm going to give my final word for tonight. I want to thank everybody who rallied together to help pull this together, but I especially want to Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. I especially want to thank Troy, and I do want to thank Elle. Elle, randomly through Viper Vicky, got me connected to this thing today, and I'm just grateful that I had all of your trust to just kind of jump into this within like 2 hours and do this. I have been talking to Sasha a little independently, but I'm so honored I could have been a part of this thing. So just thank you especially you tonight, Savage, for having me up here. I deeply appreciate you.
Thank
Yep.
you, because I usually really do lives with like maybe one other person and me. And so this was like, people underestimate how much of a challenge it is to do a big panel like this. And you have been so helpful. And Troy, you have been so helpful because you're my little tech wizard too. And I just love you, and I love all of you guys. And I'm so happy to be here with Sasha and everyone, because this is what I wanted for a long time, is to connect to a community like this, and speak to survivors and share their stories. That's all I wanted. It's like a dream come true for me. So thank you.
Well, just like at this work at large has been the honor of my life. This is a part of something I'll never forget. Okay. Now, just really quickly out there, I see all of you asking, where can we watch this live? That is a good question, Savage. Do you have any intel on that, where you might be posting this?
Well, I know that I said it at the beginning so that all my moderators will receive copies of this live. And I will obviously download a copy immediately. I've also been screen recording. Troy's been screen recording as well. We knew going into this that, this app can be a little wiggy when it comes to things like that. So we have several different ways that we're trying to record it. Then I personally
YouTube.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna get Sasha's email and send him the full unedited clip so that they can use it for whatever they want. And then I'm gonna do some editing on my own pages, on my YouTube, on my Insta, on my Substack. I'm gonna personally, just like I said, blast his handsome face everywhere that I can blast it. We're gonna blast it. We're gonna get this out. And if DM me if you'd like copies. I know that I can help out with that. Troy can help out with that. It probably won't be, ready to send until somewhere tomorrow, because we got to sleep, because Troy and I haven't slept in 3 days.
I'm with you. I'm a little exhausted myself. It's been a ride.
I know
these
you
last
haven't
few
slept
days.
either.
But we're definitely going to get this out, and I hope we can do it again. I really do.
And reminder to the audience, we mustn't gift Acorn, okay? Acorn, testing. How's your audio? You're on mute, Acorn.
Shoot.
Testing, Acorn. Your microphone is fully on mute, Acorn. If we don't get it to work out this time, don't hate me, but we're gonna have to end the live. So try and unmute for me.
Unmute, Acorn. Your mic is muted. Oh, that's too bad. Well, from what I can tell, she's done a lot of work on that.
Yeah, that is amazing. Go follow her, because that's amazing.
Than it was last time I saw it.
What she is trying to demo for you guys is an obsidian grid, like a map that she's made with like every node that you could possibly imagine within the Epstein sphere. It's my understanding, at least this last time I saw her do this, that much, at least of her early work, was like an accurate interpolation of Becca Day's work, because she deemed Becca to be the most credible on the app, which I would agree, right? In terms of depth of research and just visibility, etc. Becca is the GOAT. But I'm sure that it is vastly improved and gotten a lot more dense since. And I'm sorry, Acorn, I'm trying to kind of plug it or demo it for you. I wish I could do a better job, but
yeah, she has videos of it on her page. And you can see like the whole, it's amazing. It's incredible. It really is. So if we can't get her audio working, check it out for sure.
Acorn, your mic went off for a second there. You want to try to push your mic button again? Maybe it will work. Okay, talk now. Oh, that's too bad. What a shame.
Yeah, it's not going to work out tonight, Acorn, but thank you for coming up and doing it. And I will make sure that we get you up on another very busy live and get this plugged, because the work you're doing is remarkable, Acorn.
I will go ahead and share it as well.
I can sympathize with the technical difficulties. Good grief. Love you, bro. Appreciate the
Honestly, though, we haven't had a single restriction. We haven't had a single flag. Of course, Viper Vicky's been doing her job like nobody's business. But like, honestly, this has been really successful, especially considering the subject matter. Because I know Tapley, you can attest that it is hard to keep lives like this going. It is. And it's amazing that we've been able to do that. So
Absolutely. I'm stunned. but appreciative.
Yay!
I appreciate all of you
No.
guys.
Well, I think, Sasha, is there anything you want to say? I think we should end with you, my friend.
I just want to express my gratitude one more time to everybody that's been involved in this, to everybody that's shown support, to everybody that gives a damn about just doing the right thing for the right reason, not the ones that maybe just got involved with this for the wrong reasons. They can all go to hell, but by an overwhelming majority, that's not the case. You know, most people are they just want
Basically
to see
good.
yes, they just want to see they want to see people, particularly children, better protected within this system. And I think if we can get to that to any degree, we have achieved a measure of success. And the only way that we will get to it is if we band together as a community and force these people that are in charge to do the right thing. You leave them no other options.
100%.
Love y'all.
Love you.
Bottom
We
of
love
my heart.
you. Show some love for Sasha. Give me some hearts. Give me some purple hearts, please. Purple heart is
Love.
actually indicative of the color purples for survivors, if you guys didn't know that. So give me some
my
purple
favorite
hearts for
color.
Sasha. Awesome. Well, I hope we can all do this again soon. I know Troy and I, after a quick break, will jump right back on the bandwagon. But thank you so much, everyone.
This
Thank you so much.
what is that? Hold on. Oh, we got a lot of feedback there.
It's civil
That's
resistance that has
Acorn.
the feedback.
That's Acorn.
Yeah, I
on
think
the
that was
other account.
Acorn on her backup, but I don't know what all that feedback was. So
Yeah.
Oh, hi Acorn.
Can you hear me?
Do we have? Yes, we do. We can hear you.
Let me turn my volume up. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're perfect.
Oh my good God.
Yay, we
Sorry,
did
I
it.
didn't mean to yell in your ears. My
That's okay.
audio would not work on the other. Hold on, let me turn my camera on.
You're good.
This is
I
my
got you
other
back in
account.
the I got you back in the big box. You're good to go.
Oh, that was stressful.
Yay! Victory! Keep those purple hearts coming.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the echo. I had it on 2 different phones at one time. Okay. Hi, Sasha. It's very nice to meet you. I hope to connect with you more. I did have a couple questions. I don't know if I'm too late. I know you were giving your last words. Let me know
And I'm so sorry, Acorn. Actually, Siren, give her the big box because taps don't matter anymore since we're about to end, you know? That way everybody can see. Or actually I can. I forgot I'm a mod. Or no, I can't, because you have to change the entire grid in order for me to do that. All right.
I can change the grid. I'm going to do that right now.
While they're figuring out the grid, I did have a few questions for you, if that's okay. I know you've been here for 4 or 5 hours already, and I've been listening, like, while working in the background. Sasha?
Hello.
Hi, is it okay if I ask you a couple questions, or is it too late?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. The audio on this one is low, so okay.
I'm sorry, Savage. All you have to do is tap her screen and then make it bigger. There's a little box next to it. It'll expand her box. You see it?
Yes. Wait. Hold on. Expand. Thank you. Oh.
There you go.
It wasn't. I was clicking on it and it wasn't even working. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to know with Samantha, since she was so special to you, do you know her history before she got to the brothel?
Yes, vaguely. She once had a mother that loved her, and she took dance classes and had dreams of becoming a dancer. But unfortunately, her mother passed, and she wound up in her uncle's house, and he was extraordinarily abusive in every way. And that's what put her on the street, and that's where the brothel scooped her up from. I don't remember exactly the state or city that she originated from, but that's the crux of her story.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering if you were able to contact her family and let them know what happened to her. But it sounds like the one person who loved her had already passed before. Yeah. And then the other question I have for you is, and I heard you talk a little bit about this, that you feel justice is getting the word out for victims. And the MS Now person asked you, what if nothing comes of this? What if nothing happens? Nobody's held accountable. My question for you is, what does justice look like for you, to you?
The whole of the Epstein files being released and the process started, the mechanism to work as it should to begin prosecuting people. And that's a big ask because of how in-depth this is. But that's how the system is supposed to work. And if it won't work that way, then it's useless. The whole system's useless because it doesn't protect us. You know, we can't trust it. We can't rely on it. It's not doing its job. So that's what it would look like. You know, there is no real semblance of justice because there's nothing that can bring these people back. But just for the system to correct, and whatever that means, if it means that, 400 of our congressmen need to go to jail, I'm okay with that. You know, that's where they need to be if they are criminals. And if that means sheriffs and CPS workers and alphabet agencies need to, be let go, prosecuted and all of that, that's what needs to happen. Now, will that happen? We shall see. But I think that that's the problem. They can't open this can of worms without dealing with all the worms, So I don't know. We shall see. But I don't think this is going anywhere. They keep wanting to move on. They started a whole war trying to just change the subject, and I don't see the subject changing. A positive thing that could come out of this is we just start talking with one another a little bit more openly and honestly without as much shame about what happened. And through that communication, put some fear into people to do these things. Maybe I would, if this acts as some sort of catalyst in that regard, that would be a win for everybody, in my opinion.
I would like us to start believing kids.
Yeah, that'd be a great start because you know what? Kids are a hell of they lie too, let's be honest, but they're a hell of a lot more honest usually than their adult counterparts across the board.
About those kind of things.
Yes, particularly about those. Yes.
So I do want to say,
for the love of God, start believing women. They're not out there. I'm sure there are a few, but for the most part, for the overwhelming majority, this is just truthful allegations that are just dismissed. And it degrades society to a point where it harms us all and we just allow it. Why?
I also think it would be a good idea for us as a society to start prepping our kids for grooming.
Yes.
So that they understand what is happening. So that they don't get
terrifying
told.
Some of that comes back to just healthy sex education. The United States is such a taboo subject because of all of the abuse going on. We don't want to talk about it because then little Timmy or little Kimmy is going to know, hey, what Uncle Shithead did was wrong, and we are doing more to protect Uncle Shithead than we are our children. And these...
Yeah, and they have the silent generation where they kept silent about everything.
Yep.
And as a society, we have got to grow to protect our kids. We just do.
Yes.
And they need to be educated and not just good touching and bad touching, but the whole grooming, and if somebody comes up to a child and tells them that they're going to unalive their parents if they say anything, they need to be prepared for that because they've gotten away with that for decades.
Oh yeah.
And just say we're not going to be unalive. They're gonna. I have to say that for TikTok for those of you that don't know. They're not going to unalive us. And if they're saying that for you not to tell us about something, there's something seriously wrong, and we can protect you if that happens. I don't know. We have to have open dialogue about this.
I agree.
May I say something?
Yes, please,
Um,
Acorn.
so Sasha, I I have an idea of how of a project that we can do, Operation Transparency, to get all the files released. I shared it a couple of times, but it didn't go very far. But I think if I share it with you all and you like the idea, I think it's something that we could, as a movement, try to implement, and it might get us closer to that goal that you set of having all of the files released. So let me know if you want to know more about that. The other thing along the lines of what you're talking about, making sure people are held accountable, whether that's like a prosecution or a civil sort of case or some other form of accountability. I'm building this thing, and I know Tapley was trying to explain what it is. This is an Obsidian vault. Obsidian is a note-taking app, and please no gifts. Thank you. You can give my gifts to somebody else on the panel, please. This is Obsidian is a note-taking app, and each one of these nodes, each one of these dots is a note. And there's lines, you probably can't see it that well, but there's lines between the notes. You can do an internal link, and so you can see how things are connected. And these are people in the files. And Tapley is right, it has expanded. I made a sample based off of Becca Day's research, but this is, and Becca Day's research goes outside of the files with newspaper articles and other outside sources, not just things you're going to see in the files themselves. This is just the files. These are all the people listed in the files. And what I'm ultimately, and this kind of goes to what Siren was saying earlier, I think I wasn't 100% sure if this was connected or not, but I have the ability to make this collaborative. I can invite people to work on this, create notes, add to notes, edit notes, trusted people. I'm not just talking about random ass people.
Right.
And my ultimate goal is to build a power map. And a power map in activism is when you identify who can as a movement, you have a goal. Who can get you to that goal? Who can get you closer to that goal? Who can say a yes that will move you towards your goal? And I think what Siren was saying is, so-and-so has this little piece of it and such has this other little piece of it. And this is a way we can bring all of our pieces together so that we see the whole picture. We see the connection between all of them, and we can use it as a tool to help the survivors obtain justice. Thank you for letting me say all of that, and thank you for staying so long through all my audio issues. I appreciate it.
That is
We appreciate
amazing.
you coming on. Love you.
That's such incredible work that you've done. Thank you so much for sharing it. I am so excited because I think we're on the right track. What do you think, Troy?
Yeah, that looks like how my brain works, honestly. No, that's how I see patterns. I'm very interested in speaking with you, actually, at some point. I actually have a pretty decent amount of research, and I do my research outside the files as well. Becca Day and I follow each other on multiple platforms, so I'm sure she has seen my work. But I would love to see how this works a little bit more.
Yeah.
I will absolutely make
Now
sure
we're
after
just-
the live you guys get connected. Okay, Troy?
Yes.
Yeah, and I followed you on my Acorn account. My Acorn account's the primary. Right now, I'm just showing a video on loop. I was worried because there's so much data in there and my computer doesn't have really good processing. Sometimes it just crashes in the middle, and I would hate to show a demo and have it crash in the middle. So but yeah, I followed you on my Acorn account, and yeah, I would love to talk with any of you. We really need volunteers. I had like dozens of people step forward and say they were willing to help. And then we had some like technical difficulties or whatnot, like some speed bumps in our way. And then like people just stopped responding and checking the group chat and like showing up to meetings. And so we're kind of like in a standstill. And the name of this project that I am calling it is called the Butterfly Effect. It takes the word blue and butterfly and puts it together because Virginia Dufresne had a blue butterfly as a symbol for survivors. And so the butterfly effect is basically all of us taking small actions, which is going to have a huge impact.
Acorn, someone in the chat asked if you could expand it out so you can see how it ties in the names, where people can see it on the screen.
Yeah, right now I'm just on a video. I can try to open it if you all want in the app, but it might crash when I open it. Give me a second to try to open it.
You try that, but I do want to say that we're going on a really long time, and I think Sasha's probably really exhausted. I'm not trying to be rude or cut anybody off. I feel like Sasha's starting to
my back is bothering me.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, and we don't want you in pain or uncomfortable. So why don't we just plan that we're going to get together? We're going to figure it out. We're going to do it again. It'll be a lot more put together. We'll have more people on bringing in their information. I think Tapley and Troy and I can certainly put that together with your help, Acorn, and everybody in this chat. I think we can do it again. And then we'll plan it for like a certain amount of time next time, and we'll have it much more organized. And that way, Sasha, you're not like here for 5 hours, but
it's
thank
fine.
you.
You know what? It was very valuable. We definitely appreciate it. Miss Astra would like to a brief word.
Hello, everyone. I'm the one whose name is next to this handsome face. I just wanted to say, I'm sure all of you have picked up on the energy from this human being. And I can tell you being in the same room with this person, Sasha, is incredible. They are an incredible human being. And I've been sitting here this whole time listening to this, my hand clutched over my heart. You are all so beautiful and loving and here to support Sasha and protect Sasha. And I'm in tears over it. It's such a wonderful, beautiful thing. And I'm just so happy you're all here supporting Sasha. Probably one of the most deserving human beings I've ever met. So much love to all of you, and let's protect this human being with everything we have, and let's make sure this message gets out there. So I just want to thank all of you for the love that you're showing Sasha. It's effing beautiful. So thank you.
They deserve it.
Sasha, I keep saying him. Excuse me with the pronouns. I'm still getting used to that. I'm an old lady.
It's all right. I messed it up.
Sasha's back is really bad, and so they're just sort of taking a bit of a walk around now, and probably best to end things.
Yeah.
Around here, I think.
Take care of yourself, Sasha, and stay in touch, and we'll talk again. But take care of yourself. Do some self-care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Around. Bye, everybody.
Bye, my love. See you amazing. Bye, everybody. You guys are the best.
Bye.
Love you, Troy. Talk soon.